Good morning. Well, it's going to be a long day. Warning you, it's going to be a long day. But we want to be better helpers. That's why we're here. And in order to be better helpers, we need God's help to be better helpers. And so let's start off with a word of prayer this morning, and then I'll turn it over to Paul. Our Father, we thank you for this opportunity that you've given us to come together and to learn and to think about the things that we do and how maybe we can change and how we can be more compassionate and how we can serve you to be your arms, your legs, your mouth, and speak your truth to the people that we're around. Help us today, we pray. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Yeah. It struck me a few years ago that some of the things I was interested in as I was studying the Bible and studying counseling and kind of integrating those, bringing those together, and that just understanding what is anger, and then what does the Bible say about anger, and how to deal with it, and the example. Even the fact that anger could be a good thing. We'll talk about that later today. And that these topics are really around the broad subject of emotional intelligence. Okay, so this morning, what we'll talk about is developing a Christ-like emotional intelligence. And so when you look at Jesus, you read the Gospels and see how Jesus interacted with people, it just, and many difficult situations, whether he was dealing with the Jewish leaders and or his disciples when they were behaving well or behaving badly, or when he even early in the gospel stories when he was when his mother asked him to do something he really didn't want to do at a wedding, and how he navigated that, and seems to think well and express his emotions well, and the things he did. And as you get closer to his passion, that thinking of that the week before, in the episode with Lazarus, and dealing with the people there at the funeral, and then Lazarus, and then the following week, clearing the temple, looking at what was going on in the temple and how he responded to that with his zeal. And that week, leading up to his crucifixion and being in Gethsemane, the agony that Jesus felt, and dealing with his disciples and talking to his Father, and then leaving that situation with resolve, okay, let's go, and being betrayed and being tried, and on his way to Jerusalem, or in Jerusalem, on his way, carrying his cross, that he was able to look at the people, at the women of Jerusalem, and see their tears, and to speak to them, although he, in the state he was in, he was still able to pay attention to other people and what their needs. Don't cry for me, and just being on the cross, and looking at his mother and taking care of his mother, right? So like just how well Jesus managed himself. So that really impresses me. And so then I started thinking, being somewhat familiar with the idea of emotional intelligence, that Jesus's emotional intelligence. Okay? So I haven't explained all that yet, but that's what helped me put together all of these things that I had been studying over many years. Is the need that we also, taking Jesus' example, develop an emotional intelligence like Jesus had. That if I could do that and be more Christ-like in that way, manage myself in difficult circumstances or good circumstances, but just manage myself better, that would be really a good thing. Okay. So this morning, we're going to talk about emotional intelligence and go into emotions a little bit more, and then take a look at Jesus in this with that lens. So I want to review a couple of things that or maybe go more deeply into a couple of things that I had just introduced yesterday to help us with some of our discussion about compassion and burnout, and just to help us understand ourselves better and give us a framework for looking at this subject, the emotional intelligence of Jesus. Okay, so remember that what is an emotion? It's a thought or cognition, something I think, and then a bodily sensation, something I feel. Okay, and we use that word feeling to describe this sometimes. So a thought plus a bodily sensation, that's what we mean by an emotion. And we had said that it's the thought that creates the feeling in the body, and then maybe we take some action. Okay, so you think something. If it's a meaningful thought, then you would feel something, and then maybe we'll do something. Right. So I'm wondering if that back screen can be activated. Right. So that would be great. Okay. So this is, so we have a definition of what is an emotion, again, to help us understand, well, what is it we're talking about, right? And that would be a clinical definition, okay? And what I've described here is that the thoughts create the feelings, and then maybe we take action based upon that thinking and feeling. That's called the cognitive behavioral model, right? So, and it's just in its simple form that thoughts create feelings. So that's, I think, a helpful framework for us to understand people, including ourselves, and to help them with behaviors, right? Jesus said, about murder and adultery, the real source of murder and adultery is what you're thinking, right? And so anger and lust. Anger is an emotion. We're going to talk about that today. So, really what you're doing is sourced in what you're thinking. So, so the problem is the thinking, right? So I think that, that would be an expression of Jesus's expression of CBT, okay, or the cognitive behavioral model. And the Bible is given to us by our Creator, so He really understands us, and the Bible presents a lot of human problems and presents a lot of solutions as well. And so this is who we are. And astute observers of humanity have sometimes come to the same conclusion. Okay, this is how people work. They think and they feel and they do. And that's how, and Jesus used that model because it was that model that he used to create us, right? So what I'm describing here is sometimes that science of psychology really overlaps with the Bible well, because they're both talking about exactly the same thing. One from God's perspective and the other from this general revelation perspective, as some smart people have noticed that what the Bible says is true even without reading the Bible. Right? Okay? So I don't, there would be a lot of things from psychology that I just don't think are going to be very useful to us, but I think that this does describe human behavior pretty well, and it's a model. A model is an abstraction of reality. It's kind of a simplification of reality that helps us to understand things. Okay. So thoughts create feelings. So, but not every thought creates a bodily sensation. I may have a thought that this is some nice cool weather this morning, right? Okay, so I didn't really feel anything happen when I said some nice cool weather this morning. But I might say something like, like, I love my wife, right? So I love my wife, right? So, so I feel something. I feel something pleasant when I say, I love my wife, right? I might say, likewise, I might say, I love my dog, right? So I feel something similar, not quite as strong. But the thing is, we don't have a dog, right? Right? So I may think something and say it and feel something, but if even though what I'm thinking and saying is untrue, right? So that's part of the problem with us humans, is that we may believe something. I make a statement and it's meaningful. I love my wife, or I love my dog, and that statement may or may not be true, but it's creating this emotional response, and maybe I'm doing something as a result. Okay? So we're going to see that sort of describes the problem that we're trying to help with, is that if people think and feel, and remember the emotion often is what puts us in motion, and those have the same Latin root, this mote, okay, which means to move forward. It's the emotion that makes me move forward. If the original thought is false, then okay, we're moving forward on something that's not true, and we do that all the time. And that's where we can help people, because we have a source of truth that we can really count on, instead of just kind of making up as we go along, like the world has to. Right? And so better thoughts, more accurate thoughts based in truth, could give us more appropriate emotional response, which would then maybe lead to more obedience or better behavior. Okay, so if we look at Jesus that way, or we look in the Bible at a lot of characters that are either behaving well or behaving poorly, and just a way of understanding that and coming up with better ways for us and how to help other people, right? So the thoughts can be true or false. Feelings and behavior, feelings aren't really true or false. Okay, there's nothing true or false about a feeling, but the feeling is just a reaction to what we're thinking. The meaningful thoughts, the important thoughts that we're having, a feeling will follow. And that feeling may be appropriate or not appropriate, maybe godly or ungodly. Like you think of jealousy. There's certainly godly versions of jealousy and ungodly versions, which maybe we would call that envy. Where jealousy is when I want something that's mine, that is mine, or in contrast to I want something that's not mine. So those are, so it could be godly or ungodly, but they're all rooted in thinking, and we can help people with their thinking, right? And so that's what really, cognitive therapy is about. There's lots of different ways of helping people. But cognitive therapy, which grew up in the middle of the last century, is based on the observation that people's thoughts drive their emotions and then maybe their behavior. And that's, of course, something Jesus said 2,000 years ago, and that's something, that's a principle that God used to create us long before that. Okay, so I think this is a useful model, a way of looking at things. So let me give you some examples. So and as I said, sometimes the emotion that somebody's expressing, okay, when somebody's expressing a lot of emotion, I think we can count on there's some thought driving that. So what is it they're thinking that they're so angry right now? Right? And is that thinking accurate? Is that good thinking? Is that biblical thinking? So working at the mission, one of the things we do is group therapy. And so a couple times a week, you get a bunch of guys together. All of them, almost all of them, have some difficulty with addiction. And we'll talk about addiction at the very end of today. And they say all kinds of things. So in this one group, there's a guy who, he doesn't say much. He's sitting over here, and he just looks angry all the time. But when he does speak, people really listen, because he usually says something useful. And he would say, drugs have ruined my life. They have ruined my life. Okay? That's a strong word, ruin. They have ruined my life. I mean, I feel something unpleasant right here. They've ruined my life, but it's true. I mean, often drug use isolates people, and they lose their jobs and family, and they end up alone. Okay, and they're not particularly unhappy about that because they want their drugs for themselves. So, but they've ruined his life, and he can say, I hate getting high. Yeah. And so he was just always angry. But he wasn't hitting people. I mean, and I asked him about this once, and he said when I wake up in the morning, I just think about I'm here. Like, why am I here? I don't want to be here. And the mission was helping him, and it's a several-month program, but that's a lot to give up. You just pull a year almost out of your life, but they were dealing with their problems. And he says, so I wake up in the morning, and whatever I'm feeling, I generate some anger. And that helps me get through the day and stay clean today. Because the reality is that drugs have ruined my life. And I hate drugs. I hate getting high. And hating, the hate of getting high will get him through that day. Because he remembers, they've ruined my life, that's the fact, and a reasonable response to that fact would be to be angry at what's happened to him. He's not angry at anybody in particular, maybe his drug dealer or some people who influenced him. So if you had that kind of congruency of the thought and the emotion, that is a powerful combination. And so he doesn't want to use drugs anymore. So if in his case, you combined that, this is the truth, they've ruined my life, and that should make me mad. And he wanted to cultivate that anger so that he would not use drugs again, right? And he graduated the program, and for some months I heard about him, and he was doing well, okay? Because he aligned his thinking, okay, the front of his brain, the thoughts he has, with the emotional part of the brain, the middle of the brain, and there was an alignment, right? And that's our best chance at getting a certain behavior that we're aiming for. And so he was less likely to use drugs. The guy on the other side of the room, he would say, drugs have ruined my life. I mean, he was living under a bridge, literally living under a bridge before he came into the mission. And at that time, heroin was a big influence, still is. And they're both using heroin, and it ruined their life. But then he'd say, he kind of lean back in his chair and say, but man, do I love getting high. Okay? So there's a problem there, right? Drugs have ruined my life. I don't want to use drugs anymore. But man, do I love getting high. and there's reasons why, it provides a euphoria, a kind of peace, gets him out of his head or something like that. But there's a conflict that I'm thinking one way, but I'm feeling a different way, right? And that, I would say, is, the likelihood then that he would use drugs again, right? Because that emotion will put him in motion, and no matter what he thinks, one day he's going to decide, I'm going to use drugs because I love getting high, right? And within a few weeks of that comment, he was out and heard he was back under the bridge using drugs. Okay, so sometimes this happens. Is that we may think one thing, but we really have the emotions are pointing us in another direction, and generally we do what we feel like doing. Okay? And so that's something to really be careful about. Is my values are one way, but my body is saying do something else, and that's a very unstable situation. And I think maybe we can apply what James says, but the double-minded man is unstable. Right? Okay. So just an example of how these thoughts and these feelings may not always be congruent. We'll come back to that, because that can help us help people, I think, when we notice what the emotional state of people is, that could be predictive of, well, what are they going to do? Yes?
Are either of your examples a better example of double-minded than the other?
Well, so the first guy, drugs have ruined my life. I hate getting high. Right? So then there's, I think that makes sense. There's a congruency. You would really normally expect that, if you ruin my life, I don't like you very much, right? Right? And that would be, I think, provide a consistent path to a certain behavior. Okay? If we hated sin, we could say, I hated sin. And I noticed, just reading through the Bible this year, or reading different parts, that in the law, at one point, God talks about his disgust with sin. I thought, that is a powerful emotion, disgust, right? Related to hate probably, and anger, disgust. If I was disgusted with my sin, we don't consume things, or we don't like being around things that disgust us. That's disgusting. right? And that's God's emotion towards sin. And if I had that emotion, towards my sin, I would be less likely to sin. So I think it would be not a bad idea for me to cultivate disgust, learn how to be disgusted with my own sin. Now, my sin, I do my sin because I like it. It gives me some pleasure at some point. But eventually, I'm unhappy with my sin. And I confess it, and I repent. And then I don't sin, and then I come back to my sin. And so something's not working very well there, because sometimes I hate it, sometimes I like it. But what if I could develop an emotion that is supportive of my thoughts? And I could do that, right? That would be powerful, because we tend to do what we feel like doing, right? Like what our bodies want. Okay? We tend to respond to that because it's uncomfortable, and I've got to satisfy, right? So I might, I'd like to lose a little bit of weight, and I could rattle off some of the benefits of that. So my thinking about it, but it's really nice to have some cookies and milk before bed. And I really like that. So there's a little conflict there. So a good practice would be, yeah, but I know right after I consume them, I'm going to say, why did I do that? I'll be unhappy after I consume them. So that would be a good discipline, is learn how to get the emotion that you might eventually feel, or get it right up front, right now. It's like, I really don't want to do that. And in 3 minutes, I'm going to wish I didn't. So why don't I just right now get myself off the bed before I go to the kitchen and create a problem for myself, right? Do you see that would be that would be mentally a good practice to be able to develop. But you can see people all the time, and we do it all the time, where what we really want in our frontal cortex is in conflict with what we really want in the middle of our brain. We have two brains, and we've got to get them on the same page. That gives us the best chance for success. Yes?
So is there a way to go from that, I'm unhappy about being overweight, to creating, do you want to go as far as I'm disgusted with this weight? I mean, create a stronger emotion, because I have the same issue, right?
Yeah.
So is that appropriate though? Because, is that going over the line?
Right. So, because that could create other problems, like an eating disorder, right? And we wouldn't want to teach that to our kids. So then I would say, well, that's too much, because some other problem could result. But so I probably would develop something more moderate, not something as strong as disgust about my weight, right? That's too much, and that's gonna. But I may develop, in a softer emotion that would still work, like, I really, or maybe I would even rehearse, what would I really like? The benefits of being more fit, and by the way, it just hasn't worked for me yet. But, I should exercise, and rehearse the benefits, and try to get myself worked up a little bit about, this would be good if I would exercise a couple times a week, and feel good about that, right? So what I'm arguing for is being more aware of our emotions, because they will work for us or against us, and getting better at creating emotions that support better thoughts, better thinking, and leading to more obedience or better outcomes, right? And paying attention to this, because it's powerful. Okay. Okay. So what is emotional intelligence? So it's really four things. It's awareness of my own emotional state. Okay, am I happy? Am I upset? What's going on with me? And an emotion is two things. It's what am I thinking right now, and what am I feeling right now? Okay? So the challenge is here, people vary a great deal in their ability to be aware of themselves, right? So, I mean, today I guess I can say this kind of weird thing to you about, like, well, I feel something pleasant right here, right? I mean, I was just mostly an emotional idiot for most of my life, and being unaware that I'm getting angry, okay? Or, and probably other people in the room were aware that I'm getting angry, but I was unaware, okay? And I was creating a lot of problems in my life. So being aware of myself, I'm getting anxious, I'm becoming afraid, getting angry, I'm experiencing some joy or peace, so negative and positive. And so first of all, awareness of myself, what's going on with me, and then being able to intervene and regulate it. I don't want to get angry right now with somebody. I want to stay calm and keep talking. Okay. So there's this awareness and regulation of myself, but also in relationships. What are the emotions being expressed right now between us? Just being aware of that, and then being able to regulate that. I need to give a soft answer, right? So that I don't aggravate this situation and create anger, right? So that's what emotional intelligence is. The importance of this is that emotional intelligence is more important than being smart, okay? Intelligence, the way we normally think about it, like book smart, good in school, I get good grades. Emotional intelligence, this is, by the way, no excuse for not doing your whatever it is, homeschooling or whatever it is, right? It's important, but this is more important in predicting success in life, in every way, and predicting good health in life in every way. So if I'm more emotionally intelligent, more aware of myself and able to regulate myself, then and control myself, I have a self-controlled life, then I will have better relationships, I'll have better jobs, I'll make more money, my blood pressure will be lower, cholesterol too, blood sugar too, and mental health will be better, less likely to be anxious or depressed or have suicidal thoughts. It will be, all of that is better if I was more aware of myself and more able to regulate myself. So being smart is good, get good grades, but this is, for life, is more important, okay? To be able to do these things. And some people are just naturally better than others, right? Yes?
Okay, so yesterday you were talking to someone about joy, and now today you're talking to someone about self-control, and so we see in Galatians, the fruit of the Spirit is all these things.
Yes.
And so,
Yeah.
and so then there's like self-help, and then there's also like reliance on God, reliance on the Lord Jesus, reliance on the Holy Spirit to produce those kinds of things in us.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know whether you want to respond to what I'm saying briefly, or
Sure.
or what?
Yeah, I think, so today I'm going to try to convince you of the importance of developing a Christ-like emotional intelligence, right? Because Jesus, operated by the Spirit, and that we should also, and the fruit of the Spirit is all that stuff you named, right? All this stuff that is pretty hard to do, gentleness and kindness and patience, I think, and all of that, I think, is really dependent upon the last word, right? The self-control, right? Right? And so, regulate, that means to control, like self-control. I need to have awareness before I can control it, and that Jesus is just this excellent example. Sometimes David's a good example, sometimes he's a bad example. So we can learn a lot about those that fruit of the Spirit. But what you're pointing out is, I think, is that having a relationship with Jesus and submitting to Him and following Him and learning more about all this from Scripture can produce that fruit in our lives. So that is a great avenue towards what I'm talking about. Now, unbeliever or believer could pick up a book and there are, ways of creating better habits and, all kinds of things too that would be in agreement with the Bible or maybe extra to the Bible. But if you could have one book or know one person, I think, the Bible and Jesus are that, right? I agree.
I have a question about that then. When you're talking about integrating psychotherapy with Christian, where does a self-help book come into play? I mean, if you're reading a self-help book through the lens of Christianity and Jesus' teaching, are there things to be gained, or is it just like not relying on God? How does that fit into your integrative
Yep.
model?
Okay. So I think the so, for example, Jesus, I said earlier that Jesus pointed out that our behaviors are driven by our emotions. And now, so he would say anger or lust is really what's behind murder and adultery, right? So, and that's good. I think that's very helpful. That's a good thought. And because I think he's pointing back to, you got to control those things that are in your heart. It's out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. Right, that's true, right? That's true. I think what a little bit of science can do to help with all of that is to recognize, a couple different kinds of things. One is there are lots of benefits beyond keeping myself from becoming a murderer. There are lots of benefits to controlling your anger. Your blood pressure will be lower, and other parts of the Bible help describe how to reduce anger and understand anger. But I think, like archaeology, kind of expands our knowledge of the setting of the Bible. The sciences, including medical science, can help us understand us supplementally also to either provide information that helps, like how can I be a less angry person. So the Bible has some really helpful thoughts, but not every possible helpful thought. And the goal is to regulate my anger so that I don't sin. If I'm angry, I don't sin. So I think it expands upon some of the information we have that can help us, right?
I think that maybe the crux of what we're talking about right now is like, does the Bible validate some things from science, or do people look at or the other way around? Do they look at it like, okay, science validates what the Bible says about personal mental health, or does the Bible, in some cases, validate what science says? I think that's important to, like, which one are you starting with? Are you starting with science and then looking for, oh yeah, it kind of like validates what the Bible says in this area, but science is going to be my basis? Or are you looking at as Christians, are we supposed to look at what the Bible says and then either reject or accept things, the latest thing that science says, based on what the Bible. I think that's kind of the crux of
Okay.
the matter. Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think you answered your own
Okay, all right,
question
okay, all right.
in the way you asked it, but let me further comment on that, right? So, I mean, so what do you believe? Like, what do you trust in? Okay. To belief is having information, like affirming the truth of some information and then living by it. Okay, I think that's what believing is. So you're trusting information. So the Bible, if we believe that's God's word, and it is true when we understand it correctly, it's just true all the time, that I'm going to put my trust primarily in the Bible, and then if there's some supplemental information that is helpful, then I might cautiously integrate that into my worldview as well, right? Right? And so I guess remember when I talked about integration, that if you're going to integrate, if you're at the poles, so you like, okay, Bible only, or psychology only, or science only, okay, you have your priorities, but when you're going to start integrating these, you have to decide between the Bible and science, right? And that we should put the revelation over the science. Right? What is science? Science is a knowledge. It's the study, or it's the accumulation of human knowledge, right? And we know for sure that changes over time, right? So if I didn't study, my first course of study was economics, so I was in my 20s. If I had studied psychology at that time, then I would have been told that, as I remember being told, is that the cells of your body regenerate themselves over, and every 7 years your whole body turns over, right? But not the brain. The brain cells are the only ones that do not regenerate. So be careful, don't lose it, brain cells, they don't come back. Turns out that's not true. I'm not sure why people thought the brain was different, but it turns out that's not true. And that the brain cells do regenerate. That's pretty important. And that brain cells, they do what they do and they don't change. But it turns out neurons, the brain cells, if you, let's say, lose your sight, then those brain cells repurpose themselves toward maybe other senses, making other senses stronger. So the brain is this very versatile. And the word is used as plasticity. I guess plastic can be melted and put into any shape, right? So that's why the word is used. So the neuroplasticity is that the brain cells parts of the brain can repurpose themselves. So clearly, what is science? Science is people study something, and there's the scientific method, and then they publish what they study, and other people review what even before it's published, review it, and then maybe it gets published or maybe it doesn't. Other people see it, maybe they elaborate on it or they refute it. And so this knowledge is flowing and changing, right? That's science, okay? In contrast is the Word of God, which is true and stands forever.
Amen.
Right? Okay. But there may be something from science that helps me, right? And but it's really subservient, or right? And and early scientists like Newton thought his job was to uncover the secrets that God has built into creation. That was his motivation. And and maybe he did, and then Einstein came around and debunked a couple of them or something like that. And that's fine. Who cares? It's useful. You can it may be useful, right?
One of the courses we took on addiction, helping people with addictions, showed the research on how the brain activity moved from the central brain from the amygdala to the cortex after they taught people cognitive thinking skills. So people with addictions needed to grow in their emotional intelligence. And it was really interesting. It just corroborated, take every thought captive. They showed people had marked improvement as they learned to shift their emotional responses into their thinking responses, and they showed with scans. It was the science corroborating that they were able to mature and make better decisions once they were able to think more properly.
Yep.
So it was just corroborating what the Bible says is to
Yep.
take every thought captive, and they were taught to do that.
Yeah. Addiction science has changed a lot from in the last 50 years from just yelling at somebody, trying to get them to stop using drugs or stop drinking, just yelling at them, shaming them, but that didn't work that well. And to methods that are much more helpful, that involve helping to create motivation. And, something like the story I told about that young lady who had a problem with drinking and smoking marijuana. So, since I want to help people, I want to use everything that is available that might help them. I mean, that's the motivation, right? That's my motivation, right? And that can come from both the Bible and from some science. And I just kind of hold the science a little bit loosely, and they hold the Bible tightly, right? Good. Yeah, thanks for asking that, because that was good to have a fuller discussion on that. That's good. Okay. So this awareness and regulation, how does that work? And as you point out, a lot of the Bible is about just self-control, behaving better, and we get lots of really powerful ideas. Oh, you know what? The other difference is that in science, it's this kind of ever-changing sense of what's true, and there's never agreement, right? There's always competing ideas, which helps it evolve, I guess. But behind the Bible, apart from it being always true, there's a power behind it also, right? And so it's not just that, there are ideas in Buddhism that can be helpful in dealing with anxiety, okay? But Buddha is dead, and there isn't a power behind it that you can tap into when you trust God, right? So that's a big difference too, right? And in AA and other 12-step programs, Alcoholics Anonymous, everybody really, as part of that, should identify a higher power. It started off as a completely Christian program and evolved to be broader than that, I guess, but everybody still is asked to identify a higher power, and the first three steps are about, I cannot do this. I need help from a higher power. Now maybe higher power is the group, but for Christians it would be God and His Son, Jesus Christ. So you need help to recover with somebody, a higher power. And so if that power is real and not made up, then all the more, right, better. Right? And we have that too. Right? So how does this work? I'd like to know how things work. So again, the brain and the three parts, the front and the middle and the back, and particularly interested in the rational brain and the irrational brain, and the front and the middle, and the limbic system is a complex group of little things that interact, but this is where emotions are. Okay, broadly, the emotions are. But also, memories get stored in the limbic system. And as an emotion, like the fight, flight, freeze response, we'll talk about the amygdala a little bit when we talk about anxiety, is in there, and it triggers that response. The reward system, when we talk about joy and addiction, that this is where we experience pleasure and a reward for doing good things. But it's interesting that since memories are stored using the emotional system, it's most of our memories have some emotion. Our long memories, our important memories, have an emotion attached to it. Okay, that's because it's being done in that part of the brain. When we have trauma and the brain is overwhelmed, then it's not working properly, and we don't remember the 30 seconds right before the accident, right? Because it takes 30 seconds to store a memory long term, right? And so that's why that happens, or a trauma, or also because of the trauma, the memory is not stored properly. And like, that happened in this place and in this time long ago. It just, traumatic memories often just feel like they're happening right now because they were not stored properly because that part of the brain got overwhelmed, right? So it's, some of these things are helpful in helping people, and the treatment of trauma is very much based on that science, but can be very much enhanced by including God. So the Brainards, right? And what they went through in the Amazon, where they had to jump off a burning boat with their 5 little kids, and only Dad could swim, right? So, but they all made it, right? But that could be a traumatic experience. It is a traumatic experience. And so one of the things I asked them was, okay, tell me the story and include God in the story, right? He's a character. What was he doing, right? And that really, I think, that really helps. That because that's an important part of the story. Okay? I mean, they knew what Dad was doing and Mom and each kid, but what was God doing? And you realize that how did they all get ashore? Okay, it's because God was actively working and leading that outcome, and that could help. That you add that, and when I did some training in treating trauma, I mean, it's secular training, and people are happy to bring Buddha in. They generally don't bring Jesus in, but it's like you're deliberately leaving God out, which is, they would say, okay, your higher power. You're just deliberately leaving God out, and He kind of brings this all together. And you might look at that experience, or a traumatic experience, as God was there, and I was always protected, right? Nothing else was going to happen except be protected, and when you think of it that way, that can really help. Right?
Yeah, I had an experience when my 2-year-old son was killed. My 5-year-old daughter was there at the time. She has absolutely no memory before her 7th birthday till today, so 60 years later. She can't remember anything that had happened prior to that time. No memory of the accident or anything.
Yeah.
She was there when that happened.
Yeah. And sometimes that's a blessing, and sometimes it could create other problems, right?
Later on, when she
Yeah.
discovered that she was in the university, and the psychologist there helped her discover that was the problem.
Yep. Okay. So, so in our brains, the emotional center, that's where all these things, and I mean, I guess you could say that part of the brain isn't really thinking, it's reacting. It's reacting to things. Right? And information that comes in through the brainstem or the eyes or the ears, the information is coming in, goes to the emotional center first. Okay, that's where it goes. And there's a piece of that limbic system that triages information. Okay, who needs to know this? And but that is part of the limbic system. So the emotional part of the brain gets information first, and that's important because you probably have had the experience where you just kind of move out of the way and you realize, a bicycle flew by you or something. And then after you move, you realize what you knew and reacted to. Okay? And a fight, flight, freeze response is reactive. And sometimes it might save your life, okay, or keep you from injury, or protect you. And that has to happen really fast. And then it goes to the front of the brain. But it takes most of a half of a second to get there, right? And so really we tend to react emotionally before we have time to think. Okay, so we'll come back to that idea. Yeah.
What can cause damage to that part of the brain, the limbic system?
Yeah, disease, you have a tumor, or you take too much heroin, or things like that, or injury. There are people who don't feel. They don't have any emotions because of a disease, a tumor, or something like that.
And I'll go into my reason for that question, but
Yeah.
I had more behind it, but I just was curious what could cause.
Yeah. Yeah, and people who have injury to their brains, or let's say people who have kind of curious ways of thinking, and then you look at the brain and see there's something wrong here. Like for example, let's say something simple like you have a stroke, so a certain part of the body is paralyzed. Then you start looking for, well, where is the blood clot, or where is the injury, and then you can see, okay, this part here is the injury here, and this is what doesn't work. I guess this part of the brain controls that, right? You just study over 100 years, and there are famous patients. There was a guy, I don't know, it's 100 years ago now, who was working on a railroad and a pipe shot. I guess it wasn't supposed to explode quite at that moment, and it went right through his eye and out the back of his head, and he lived. Right? And people described him as he's like the nicest guy to work with and every family relationship. But after the pipe went into his eye and out the back of his head, he was this grumpy, disagreeable, drinking all the time, right? And so people grabbed him and studied him. What part of your brain was damaged, and I guess that's what changed in your personality. And they learned a lot about the brain from him, 100 years ago. And then just all kinds of patients since then. So you get an idea of what parts of the brain do what, and so there's the emotions, but the front of the brain are these executive functions, decision making, planning, moral judgment, impulse control, attention, paying attention, and insight and empathy, it's interesting, someone is intoxicated with cocaine versus heroin versus alcohol, and there are certain symptoms. If you just think of alcohol, there are a lot of symptoms of being intoxicated with alcohol. You kind of, move with less balance and slur your words, you do things that you wouldn't normally not do, your judgment is impaired. That's because alcohol is hitting those parts of the brain. And alcohol hits lots of parts of the brain, which causes those problems, right? They've developed drugs that block the impact of alcohol, right, as a result of that. And people might take them to try to keep themselves from being affected by different drugs. Where most other drugs just hit more precisely like the limbic system. So really the awareness and regulation is happening right here in the front of the brain, being aware of the rest of the brain and influencing the emotional. And that's so really it's that prefrontal cortex, right where our kids had soccer balls, right? That part of the brain is used to be aware and to exercise regulation over the emotional brain. So when I was talking earlier about, if we could be more aware, if this part of the brain is more aware of the middle of the brain and help regulate it, you say, hey, that's too much anger. That's ungodly. What you're doing now is we really need to back that off. We need to be a little energetic because that's what it requires. I mean, just think of, maybe what Jesus was thinking when he saw the temple and what was going on. And he stepped in, and I mean, what was he thinking? Like, this has got to change. This is wrong, and it's got to change. And what the disciples remember is his zeal that consumed him. That's what they said. But he was pissed, right? Okay. You may not use that word at home, right? But anyway, he was angry. And the thing about anger, that emotion and other emotions, some other emotions, is they bring energy to a situation, right? That's the value of anger, as long as it's done rightly. And so that's required energy. So, okay, look around, what do I have? Okay, I got some cords, make a whip. Okay, flip some tables over and let's get this moving, because it's got to move. And one man cleared out, I don't know, hundreds or thousands of other animals and people, and that required energy, and anger is a good source of energy. Okay? So that's the value of anger if it's done rightly. So that's the front of the brain helping to make a decision about, okay, what should we all be doing right now to achieve one goal? And that is obedience or whatever the goal is. Right? Okay. So we're going to take our break right now. And with the rest of the morning, we will look separately at awareness and regulation. Okay? As ways of becoming more aware of ourselves and ways of controlling ourselves. Right? Okay, thank you. Okay, we will get started. Okay. So since emotional intelligence is two things, one is awareness of my emotional state, like, what am I feeling right now? And there are all kinds of clues because, since an emotion is a thought and a bodily sensation, and it's those thoughts that are triggering the bodily sensation through the signaling of hormones to be released in the body and in the brain. Okay. Usually hormones in the brain are called neurotransmitters, but a lot of them are the same that are in the body and in the brain. So awareness of my emotions, I have two opportunities. One is, what am I thinking right now? And the other is, what am I feeling in my body right now? And some emotions, like anger or fear, you can think of them as an alarm going off in your body. And the question is whether you hear that alarm or not. But that's kind of one thing that fear does for us, is it's this alarm that I need to respond to. So do I feel what's happening in my body? Do I have like a tension that I can be aware of? So when I feel anxious, usually it is, and there'd be a wide variety of responses to anxiety, but for me it's like electricity running up one arm and down the other. And if I were to, or let's say like I'll start moving my leg, or something is happening in my body, right? And your body's saying like, over here, pay attention. But what if I don't notice that? And some people are really good at noticing that, and some people are really bad at noticing that. But there are all kinds of opportunities. What am I thinking right now? Just step back and look at yourself, and what am I thinking? What is going on in my body? And so when we talk about each of the emotions this afternoon of anger, anxiety, depression, and joy, then we're going to look at, okay, well, what thoughts are associated with those and what bodily sensations are associated, and just becoming more aware of myself. So, and then being able to regulate that. So this first segment is going to be about awareness. The role here of becoming more aware is that we have all kinds of, there really are a small number of emotions, maybe 8 or 12, or even the list is not completely agreed upon. And another problem is that, which we may have an opportunity to play around with a little bit, is that people, you'll ask, well, how are you feeling? I feel good. I feel good. Okay, well, that's not an emotion. Okay, or they'll say, I feel like pizza today. Right? I said, well, that's not. I understand what you're saying, that you think you would like to have pizza, but I don't know where pizza shows up in my body. That's not really an emotion. Okay, right here. Okay. So the role of awareness, the value of becoming aware, is when we experience emotions like this, like unjustified anger. I mean, I could just say anger, but these are some emotions that are going to create a problem. And if I can identify the problem early on, as it's coming on, then it's more likely that I can control it. If I wait until I'm very frustrated to deal with anger, then it's too late for me. It's just going to explode. The next thing is an explosion because things are moving too fast. But if I recognize irritation, then I can deal with that. I can intervene with irritation. So if I could recognize anger or anxiety or depression in its early phases, or excessive grief. Grief is important. When you lose something important, grief is the process of recovering. Okay? But if it's excessive, it may signal something is wrong here, that it needs some help. Or shame, or false guilt, or loneliness. And this is one way I think about this, is these are emotions that God does not experience. He doesn't experience any of these. So if I'm experiencing these, I think there's something wrong. There's something wrong because God is not ashamed of himself or lonely. Yes?
Yeah, I don't want to, but when I read through the Old Testament prophets, as I recall, sometimes the prophets talk about shame, and in the context of like, you should be ashamed.
Okay,
And you want,
yeah.
you're not even, you don't have the shame that you should have
Right.
because of your sin. Okay, in which case, it seems like to me it's presented as a good thing. It's something they were lacking that they should have.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah. I would throw that under like guilt, and shame here meaning there. I see your point. That shame means that there's something wrong with me. There's something broken in me. I am flawed, but we are flawed, right? And before we know Christ, that may be something that drives us to Christ, right? Yeah. Yes, that's a good nuance. No, that's good. That's a great point. No, that's a very good point. I have to figure out how to deal with that one there on the slide. Yes.
I haven't heard the word betrayal yet, and betrayal is a powerful emotion. I mean, Jesus was betrayed. He's in the Garden of Gethsemane, and nobody could stay away from him. And I've done some, like our Vietnam War veterans, they came back, and the emotion that all of them experienced was betrayal. Betrayal of their country and family members and friends. And I think betrayal, that emotion has caused people to enter into destructive behavior and self-medication or whatever. And so I was just wondering,
Sure.
how does that play in?
Okay. Yeah, good. I'm glad you raised this, but I'm gonna just use it to try to clarify the difference between a feeling and a thought. So I think that betrayal is not a feeling. It's not an emotion. It's something I think. So I have been betrayed, right? Jesus was betrayed. So I've been betrayed. I expected one thing based upon the agreements we had, either explicit or implicit. Like I think, you support your military. And I don't know, what war before Vietnam, did we not support our military? People who were putting their lives on the line for a cause, right? Right? That the government has approved and thought about in a certain way, like the domino theory that communism would take over the world if we didn't stop it in Southeast Asia. Okay? So if you had that thought, then you would say we got to stop this. And then when soldiers came home, including my wife's only brother, he felt very betrayed. That, hey, I was doing something for us, and now you're saying I was doing something wrong. So I think we would call that is thinking. Betrayal isn't an emotion, but there is. If I feel betrayed, if I think I'm betrayed, what might I feel? And I know like how serious this topic is, so I don't want to diminish that at all. But I just want to use this as an example of being clear about what is a thought and what is an emotion that may follow that thought. So I don't know if you can think about that right now. Is if I was betrayed, so and Jesus was betrayed. What did he feel as a result of that betrayal? What was going on? What was his feeling? Okay, or this good example of soldiers in Vietnam. So do you have a thought about that? Like what emo?
Sadness and frustration.
Okay, I think those, right? That I'm hurt as a result. And maybe I'll be angry, even more than frustrated, but angry because of my betrayal. So betrayal is something that happens, and it's in the thinking world, but there's an emotional response, and it can be varied depending on how you think about betrayal. So Jesus, it'd be interesting to read that passage and try to pick up what was Jesus feeling when Judas kissed him, right? It's
It was a little bit, because he was prepared for it, he knew, right?
it wasn't a surprise, right? At least a day ahead of time, but I don't know, millennia ahead of time or something. Yeah, he was. That probably helped. He wasn't surprised. Then he can pick his emotion. But what was said here?
Grief or loneliness, because he was betrayed also by the Father in the sense that he was left alone on that cross for our sake.
Okay, so I think how you think about the betrayal happens, and how you think about the betrayal would determine the emotional response, right? So I'm really glad you brought that up, and because that was like I was in high school when all that was happening, so I missed it only by a few years, but in our family that we learned a lot about that. Okay, so that's something I think it's helpful to kind of, and the part of awareness is what is an emotion and what is a thought, and we don't. Most of us aren't really good at separating those out, and as we talk to people, it can sometimes help them be clearer on that. Okay.
Well, acts of betrayal open up a whole array of emotions.
That's a great way of putting it.
Because,
Acts of betrayal. Yeah.
like if your spouse of 30 years divorces, that's an act of betrayal. you know, or you might perceive it as that. So many things happen to us that we perceive as an act of betrayal. You know, being dismissed from a job,
Yep.
being dismissed from your children, or whatever. They're all acts of betrayal that open up a whole array of emotion.
Yep.
That requires a lot to process through.
Yep. Yep.
So is rejection similar? I mean, if
I would say so. Yeah.
You refer to it as feeling rejected or whatever, but really it could then be loneliness, which I guess you're listing as an emotion.
Yeah, I would say, yes, I would say that. And one whether that's how important that is might depend on the circumstance. accepted the general idea that, let's say I was rejected. I'll use a real life example that fits betrayal. Is there's a situation in our church about unfaithfulness, marital unfaithfulness, and it turns out it's been going on a long time, and the husband is tired of it, right? He's just like, I think I'm done. He's a very gentle, forgiving guy, but he says, this last 2 episodes this year, I just can't, I think I'm done. And so one way, so his emotions are getting bigger. He's not an emotional person, which he thinks is a strength here, but I think it's just being buried somewhere. That seems clear to me. So I've tried to, but as they're emerging, I think very often in these circumstances that there's an act of betrayal, or I have been rejected. So that's an event, and I can think about it in different ways, and how I think about it will drive my emotion. Okay, so this guy thinks more about the betrayal and things he has learned, she has done, and it's just getting more emotional. He's deciding, I'm gonna, give up on this, when previously he has not wanted to give up on it. So the approach I've taken, gently, is to help him understand. Okay, so empathy. This is where, again, empathy, which we learned about, can be created by listening, is to understand how affairs happen. That usually, 70–80% of affairs happen because of a lack of intimacy in the marriage. Meaning just closeness in the marriage, and then people become isolated and lonely, and then someone comes along, right? So that's how affairs generally happen. And I happen to know that that was a problem early in their marriage. And so if he can understand her side of the story, and that's her side of the story, so greater understanding between people usually lowers the emotion level. And so that he might be able to say, before he's burying the emotions, and he said, well, we'll work it out or something. So like nothing's going to happen, but now the emotions are emerging. Okay, now we can deal with the emotion. Good, this is good. Now we can deal with them, and the greater understanding on her part and his part, greater empathy between them, it tends to lower these emotions, and they can get to the point where they say, yeah, I don't like what you did, but I understand why you did it. Okay, that's a good place to get. It's a better place to get, because now the emotion is being dealt with, and now the thinking can be dealt with, and then there's some chance for some success here. And we know how to create empathy. We know how to create understanding, and that is through listening. But in this case, you'd be teaching them how to listen to each other. Okay, so wait a minute, you're not listening to each other, so you're not understanding each other, and you're not empathetic with each other. So often what I do with couples is teach them how to listen. And by just going through an exercise called like a speaker-listener exercise, which tends to slow everything down, and I'm not allowed to speak until I have demonstrated that I understand, and then now it's my turn to speak. And so it's listening that creates empathy, or understanding, and that tends to deal with the emotions. Okay, so going back to the thinking, all this emotion, going back to the thinking, understanding, and then you get better emotional response. Okay, so we're not going to talk about that any more than just that there, but awareness awareness of emotion, rather than, I have this guilt that's not based in any reality, but I just feel guilty, or awareness of my loneliness or anxiety or depression, right? The value of this awareness is that it can head off problems, okay? So, things like isolation or addiction or any of these problems, so awareness can either for myself or someone else, help head off problems. So we want to build awareness. So as part of awareness, building our awareness and our understanding, let me talk about a few things. This item I'm going to talk more about when we talk about addiction, but let me just say that serious problems are complex, okay, rather than simple. I've learned this week in my Duolingo French that the word simple in French means single, okay, right? So when something is simple, it's really it's one thing. But when something is complex, it's multiple things. So serious problems are complex. And what's likely is by the time you find out about a problem, it's going to be complex. It's going to be a big problem and harder to deal with, and it's complex. So I would say you resist the temptation to since it's a complex problem, it's a multifaceted problem, to deal with things in a simple way, as if this is just one thing. If you just knew your Bible better and just prayed more, this would be dealt with, this affair, or, it would, it's not that simple. It's not simple. And one way of looking at people and their problems is to recognize that people are complex. They're multifaceted. There's a biology, there's a psychology, there's a person's social dimension, there's a spiritual dimension. And one of the things that men say when they come to our mission and they do well is they'll say, I've been to a lot of programs, and the spiritual dimension was missing, and that would be true mostly with a secular program. So if you ignore the spiritual dimension of a human being, you're going to miss a lot, and especially a lot of good solutions. But addiction is a good example. There's heredity, and there's medical problems. But there are also maybe psychological problems, early abuse that led to self-medication, self-soothing through drugs and alcohol, or maybe some of those problems, those health problems and those psychological problems came about because of the addiction, as your brain is harmed through drinking, or relationship problems. There's a social dimension. Who I hang out with has a big impact upon what I do, right? So don't hang out with those people. Go to the AA meetings, people trying to be sober. And then, of course, the spiritual dimension, my sin, which may have led to the abuse, drug abuse, or may have been, maybe the sin came out of that, and just a relationship with God, with your higher power, but make it someone real, like Jesus. So people are multifaceted. They're complex. The problems they have are sourced from all of these. The difficult problems are sourced from these different dimensions. So when you're trying to help somebody, these difficult problems, you got to bring like every weapon to this fight, because they're difficult problems. By the time you hear about them, it's a mess, right? And it's not just one thing. So keep an open mind about that. that someone may need some medication here, as well as some counseling, and as well as a good friend to come alongside them, and their spiritual disciplines need to improve. Right? That would be handling all of the dimensions of the person and the problem, right? And just medication may not be enough because it's not simple, right? So just keeping that kind of thing in mind. Avoiding emotional thinking, right? You know, I feel it, so it must be true. Okay? So remember, at least in the simple model of cognitive therapy, or the cognitive behavioral model, or the cognitive emotional behavioral model, it runs in one direction. That my thinking causes my bodily sensations, which may lead to some behavior as I try to deal with all that. Now, of course, what will happen is when I feel something, I might start thinking differently. So there's a looping back to thinking, or certainly whenever I do something, I have some new thoughts and maybe some new emotions. So it's kind of really going like this, but we're to make it simple, a single thing, you know, running in one direction. Yes?
Is it possible that the thinking that leading to these feelings might not be very clear in your head? It might be, like you were saying, from the past.
The thinking might not be clear? Yes, for sure. And with our model, and I think with Scripture, Scripture talks about taking thoughts captive and about not imitating the world. Do not conform to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Right? Right. So I think that's what we're doing, is trying to help people with their thinking. Have better thinking aligned with truth. And their emotions are going to be a clue as to something's right or something's wrong here. If something is wrong here, where did that come from? What were you thinking, right? And trying to help them with that, right?
So you're saying the feeling can be an indicator
Yes.
of something underneath the surface?
Yes. Yep. Right. There you go. If you heard that, you got the rest of the day. That the emotions, the feelings will be an indicator of what's going on in their mind. Yeah. And using biblical language, like in their heart. Right? The heart I think, is the whole bundle of everything we're talking about. The mind, the thinking, and that's what I think science helps a little bit. I mean, the Bible was written in ancient times, and science can help tease out a little bit. So when Jesus says anger causes murder, or could cause murder, is behind murder, then we can say, well, okay, what were the thoughts in that anger, and what were the bodily sensations, and how can we deal with each of those individually? So it gives you a little more detail, maybe. You have to be flexible because it's science, but Jesus points you in the right direction. But emotional thinking, like I said, our emotions are not true or false. They're just a response to something I'm believing that is either true or false. But many people are kind of emotional thinkers. Like, I feel a certain way. I feel like he doesn't love me anymore. Okay, and then concluding he doesn't love me. So, well, if it's, our feelings could be caused by lots of things. It's really getting back to, okay, well, what's true here? Okay, so being careful about that. And I've said already, what about the value of emotions helping with motivation. Now, I mean, that could be emotions get us moving, So the very word emotion, and it's alarm in our bodies that we feel, and all of that creates motivation. So that's where emotions can be thoughtfully, or our bodily sensations can be thoughtfully managed so that our thinking, this is what I think is true, and then now we're going to add a little, think of emotions as, now I'm going to add a little energy to that so that we can get moving in the right direction. But if they're going in different directions, that's going to be unstable, right? Yeah.
I'm just pointing out, earlier you said there could be medical problems or other things for people not thinking clearly or not feeling. Sometimes people
Yeah,
get
yeah.
medical issues that
Yeah.
are causing their thoughts and emotions not
Yep.
formulated properly, so it's always good to
Yeah.
rule out other causes too.
Yeah. Yeah, so that might be my next point. Might be. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Right. So sometimes emotions we're experiencing, particularly the ones that God doesn't experience, like depression or anxiety, it could be a medical problem. I mean, the brain is just part of the body, and the brain gets sick. And this is a tricky question. That, let's say someone's anxiety, are they worrying because they're a lack of trust, a lack of faith, or are they a worrier because of a mental health problem, right? And I think there's a way of discerning that, and when we talk about anxiety as an example, we do that. But, in the end, God will sort that out, and I don't have to sort that out. I'm just trying to help the person worry less or be less anxious. And in fact, if we put too much emphasis on sin, then they start worrying about that, and and I'm sinning against God. And it's not that you may not talk about that, but if that's your only response to anxiety, I think that's wrong. So the brain can get sick and cause some of the emotions that we're going to talk about. Yeah.
I was just gonna put a little point on that one that, because one of my children is suffering with some issues, and they put him on medication, and we were quite worried about it. And then a little while later, he had some suicidal ideation, and they put him on a new drug, and it's like he's a little kid. So, and we're very thankful. We're very scared of the medication, but we're thankful because it has helped him.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So in that example, you can see how adding a chemical to the brain. So the brain is driven by chemicals and electricity, and so our thoughts are chemistry and electricity. And you add a chemical to the mix, whether it's a medication, an antidepressant, or heroin or cocaine, or a steroid like prednisone. You add a chemical that's going to cross the blood-brain barrier. It changes the chemistry of the brain. It changes the brain. Now you're hoping to help regulate and balance the brain, but sometimes it might go in a different direction, right? So you have to just be aware of that. And my point here is very often, especially with anxiety and depression that's more severe, you can't really have a good conversation, using your frontal cortex, because the middle of the brain has taken over, and it's just completely distracting the front of the brain. And so you can see that when somebody is really upset, it's hard to talk them down. They have to first calm down, and then we can now start talking about what's bothering you, right? You see that with kids, but you see it with adults. And so the role of medication often is just to help a depressed person get their head above water enough so we can talk about what's depressing. Or an anxious person with breathing exercise to calm down enough so we can talk about what are you thinking. And if you have two brains, two depressed brains, let's say, and one of them is getting medication and it's working, and one of them is doing talk therapy and it's working, and they brighten up in the limbic system, talking and medication do exactly the same thing to the brain. You can't tell, well, which one is on medication and which one is being helped by talk therapy, right? So they do the same thing, and usually it's better to do both under circumstances like that. Now, the advantage of talk therapy is it may be more expensive in the short run, but there are few side effects, and it costs less in the long run, and they develop skills to regulate themselves. So that's good, and that would be better. But sometimes a person needs some help. Sometimes they need the help the rest of their life, because the chemistry, particularly as we age, the chemistry degrades.
And sometimes it's not medication, it can just be nutrients. There are certain people who have certain minerals. They've done studies, for example, there's B-complex vitamins. People are deficient in those, they show anxiety, and especially if you supplement with them, they will.
Yep.
So, a lot of people are very individual, so it's.
Yep. Yep, and those are chemicals you add to the brain.
But
Yep.
but people
Yep.
associate this drugs.
Yeah, so sometimes just better nutrition. If you have low sodium, you can act crazy, and that happens, or you're dehydrated, it affects the brain. So there's a lot of things that affect the brain that if you can replenish, or if there's some deficiency, then the person starts thinking better. Right? Okay, so the reason why we pay attention to emotions, where a lot of people don't pay attention to emotions, and Christians are probably more likely to deliberately ignore emotions or have a sense that I don't want to make emotional decisions, emotional thinking, but we might have a little extra fear about emotions. I mean, historically, Christianity has been like that. Jonathan Edwards would monotonically read his sermons for fear that someone responding would respond emotionally and not just based upon what the prefrontal cortex is digesting, right? Okay, but I think we've seen that that emotions can be supportive of the information and the thinking, and you want that, right? Because they provide motivation for action. But their emotions are critical for, although the decision making and learning, and a lot to do with relationships is in the prefrontal cortex. You can't make a decision without emotions. People who have no emotions because of a brain injury or disease can't make a decision because they don't care. They just don't care at all. So you want to have lunch on Tuesday or Wednesday? I don't care. You have to care a little bit in order to make decisions. How could you ever have asked someone or accepted the proposal to marriage without, or have that kind of commitment to marriage without an emotion supporting it? Or even committing yourself to Christ unemotionally. Now, some people say they have done that, but it's greatly strengthened by bringing the whole brain to the table. Let me put my whole brain into this decision. Right? So it's important to be aware of emotions and to be able to regulate them. So God clearly is emotional. And I think part of being made in his image is that we have this part of the brain that he has too. God is angry, I'll say negative, but is angry and jealous is pretty a big emotion, but there's a positive piece to it. He experiences grief. He experiences joy or delight and compassion. Jesus, likewise, was distressed and angry and in agony and wonder and marveled and was compassionate, right? So, clearly God is very emotional, and Jesus was very emotional, and we don't need to be afraid of that. We need to figure out how to do it well, and use our whole brain. And I made this point a little bit, but I think it's worth looking at that emotions can be either godly or ungodly. When it comes to, anger in itself is not a bad thing. Because God is angry with evil, okay, all day long, but anger without cause is wrong, right? And joy can be godly, but the joy system, as we'll see, can be abused. The reward system, and love versus codependency or enabling. I need you to need me, or that kind of thing. It may look like love, it's not really love. Jealousy, desiring what's mine. To be jealous, there's nothing wrong with being jealous, because that's mine and you have it. But to envy, that I want that, but it's not mine, it's yours. Hatred is an emotion to develop, I think. But to do it rightly, hating sin, but hating yourself or others, I don't think that's ever appropriate. Fearing God, fearing man, being concerned versus being anxious. Paul was concerned for the church. So there's definitely a level of anxiety that isn't a lack of faith or isn't harmful. In fact, it's helpful, right? And we'll talk more about that when we talk about anxiety. I wish I could talk about everything simultaneously. So in heaven, maybe we'll be able to do that, but so here's a suggestion. How do I develop my awareness of myself, my thoughts and my bodily sensations? And this is something I did some years ago, and I was reading through the Psalms and asking myself these kind of questions. So in this psalm, what are the emotion words? That would be helpful. So again, there may be 8 or 10 or 12 words that are emotion words. And that would help me with my vocabulary, and a good vocabulary can help. For example, fear. So I read through the psalm. What are the emotion words? And we often think too broadly about that. What words are not emotion words, but are describing an emotion? So when David says, how long, O Lord, how long will you forget me? So he thinks of himself as being forgotten by God. What kind of emotion is he describing there? That I feel God has forgotten me. When I'm reading that, when I say, how long, O Lord, how long? What am I feeling? And that would be, I think, the big lesson we're trying to learn from this sort of exercise is recognizing, as the psalmist wanted, is that when I read this, I feel something. It's just not a description of someone else's experience, but that I feel something. And so I got to Psalm 75 and I stopped. But this exercise of, I've got to figure this out. And when we talk about anger, I'll tell you the story. But I have to figure this out because it's making a mess of my life, especially my marriage. That it's not possible that the first thing I recognize is the explosion. Something else must have been going on before that, and I need to understand it, to be aware of my emotions, and both, you know, good and bad. The other day, and I of course think about this more than most people, but the other day, and just exercising, I try to exercise it. I was alone, and I just thought of my kids, my 3 kids who were 30 plus or minus 3 years, and then I thought, you know, just feeling a nice feeling of love and appreciation, and that was a nice feeling, and then I thought, you know, why just let, I was aware of that, and then, you know, why just let this pass? So I texted each of them, you know, I love you, Boo, that's my daughter, I call my daughter, Stephen and Tim, and then within minutes they said, I love you too, Dad. So I thought, you know, why not, it pops up for whatever reason, and why not act on that, right? Let me deliberately do something, right? So here are some Psalms, you know, that talk about depression or shame, guilt, distress, or envy, and they're, you know, most Psalms are going to reward you with a lot of emotion to sort out, right? I don't know about Psalm 1, but maybe you'll come up with something with Psalm 1. But after that, I think it really takes off. And just as an exercise, how do I become more aware of myself? That is the hardest step of this whole process, right? But you know, today we've learned something about what is an emotion, and, you know, thought and bodily sensation, and as we talk about the emotions, how might they feel, and just trying to, you know, learn more about this. Okay, so so regulation. Okay, so first awareness, and then regulation. So I'm going to do my best in the next 15 minutes to cover this, but we can pick it up if I don't finish it. So, okay, so what kind of skills, given that I now am aware of an emotion, anger or anxiety or joy, peace, how can I regulate it? And so would be examples of upregulating. So I've tried to respond more, oh, you know, I see, you know, seeing somebody I hadn't seen in a little while, oh, it feels good. Like, you know what, let me go hug him. And just let me upregulate it a little bit. And it's not something nice. Most of the time we're down-regulating, but so the skills. So I think developing nuts and bolts of regulation would be some of these things where you know, I feel frustrated. Can I just learn to be frustrated without having to take any action, and just sit with it? And it's not comfortable. But a lot of this would be to you know, get comfortable with things that are uncomfortable. Like we talked about that with compassion. It's uncomfortable, but we need to think. I need to think for a little while too, and not just respond instantly to my compassion or my frustration or an impulse. You know, all of this is going to be happening in the frontal cortex. I mean, the frustration, I feel it in the middle of my brain, and my body is expressing it, but I need to just sit with that. And it passes. I learn, you know what, I learned that it passes. And okay, I could do that. I didn't like it, but it's better than discharging it violently. Okay, or, you know, impulse control, you know, ADHD, you know, whatever part of that brain is, your brain is, that regulates impulse. It's like, do this, right now, do it. And they're like, well, you know, wait a minute, just wait. You know what, you don't have to wait a minute. You have to wait like 9/20ths of a second. That's all you have to wait. Give the information some time to get to the frontal cortex. Wait a second before you respond. Just wait a second. And now the front of my brain can get engaged with the middle of my brain, and I can make a more considered response, right? Impulse control, pay attention, focus. Let's slow things down. Be still and know that I am God. Just be still and remember that. And now, okay, what should we do? Instead of reacting, and be resilient. Be able to persevere and endure difficulties. In my relationships, become a better listener. Give the other person time to explain themselves. Give myself time to check my understanding. And let's build a little relationship here. And the empathy. And be more flexible, more adaptable. There's a part of the brain, the cingulate, that governs flexibility and adaptability. Some people are super flexible, too flexible. Like, okay, we don't have to do that. It's just too, we have to do that. We made a commitment. They're too flexible. And some people are very inflexible. No, we said we were going at this time. We can't go 10 minutes later. We said we're there, and it's a part of the brain that governs that. And some people are more flexible than others, but I can retrain that part of my brain. I can. Okay? It's not fate or not something inevitable. We can retrain because of neuroplasticity. My brain is flexible. Okay? I should probably know what my conflict style is. Am I just trying to make peace all the time, right? Or do I enjoy some conflict? Okay. Am I able to compromise? Am I able to collaborate? Okay. What is my go-to conflict style? And you know what? Everybody probably has a go-to conflict style, but we really need to be able to do all of them in different circumstances. Okay? That's a whole nother hour, which we won't get to today. So just think about what the Bible says about these things. Let every person be quick to hear, slow to speak, and slow to anger. Okay? If I can stay quiet and listen, anger is less likely to erupt between us, I think. Right? For the grace of God trains us to live self-controlled lives. God's grace trains us in this direction. Okay, the fruit of the Spirit that we heard about earlier from Mark. I think we may have used this verse about not interrupting and not finishing people's sentences, and instead just wait. We just want to always act impulsively, but just wait. I told you I supervise counselors, and there was a new counselor who turned out to be a wonderful counselor. But my first meeting with her, right before she was going to start seeing clients, I would say 40% of the time she was finishing my sentence. And guessing wrong all the time. But and I don't know her, and but I can't let her go into this first counseling session finishing this guy's sentences. It's going to ruin the relationship. So I said, she's like 40 years old. I said, are you aware that you're finishing my sentences? And she said, no, I didn't notice I was doing that. And has anybody ever said that to you? No, nobody's ever said that to me. Because she had a marriage, and she had friends, and she had family, and nobody ever told her that. I mean, I don't want to do that. I wouldn't have done it if she didn't have a client in an hour. But how was she not aware of that? And it was really annoying and hurt. It's bad for building a relationship. So it's folly and shame. Oh, there's shame. Okay, that's. Yeah, a soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. There are a group of scientists, they're counselors, psychologists, who've done a lot of work in the area of marriage. They're a Jewish couple, and they're older now because they've been doing this for 40 or 50 years. And one of their key ideas is soft startup. Is that as you're engaging with people, deliberately choosing to come in soft, okay, rather than following something, being defensive and harsh startup. Okay. Well, the Bible says, a soft answer turns away wrath. And if I can, and that's going to be frustrating and upsetting, but if I can manage myself and just always respond in a soft way, and they just accelerate. How long can someone do that? Keep getting louder and louder while you remain soft. At some point, it's going to be ridiculous. But this is an excellent strategy. But we have to not join the harshness and not escalate, which is our tendency, right? A lot of marriage conflict is a pattern that the couple has learned, and so one way of helping is to, hopefully they'll have a little argument in front of you, and you'll be able to see that it's bing, 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 right? And in a matter of seconds, it's up here somewhere. And if you look at it, you can see this is what happened, and it's become a habit and a pattern. And your brain uses a third or quarter of your energy. Yeah, that little 3-pound thing uses a quarter of the energy that you take in, and so it's very costly in that sense. So the brain is always looking for shortcuts, ways of saving energy. And you know what? If the two of you are going to be arguing like this, I'm going to make it, that you really know how to do it, and it goes quick. Right? So it's like riding a bike, right? When we say that, it's like riding a bike. Riding a bike is very complicated. You're like things, and you're balancing, and your arms and your legs. But when you learn it, you can do it without thinking. Or my drive home from work. You can do it without thinking. Because the learning is learned deeply, not in this part of your brain, but all the way in the back of your cerebellum, which governs movement. So the brain is always trying to take shortcuts, and if you're going to do it, the neurons are going to more tightly wire together, so it's faster. And unfortunately, we learn conflict with our spouse. And so we have to unlearn that. So let's slow that down and identify the pattern, and you realize, like every conflict we have, most of them just go like that. So how about when I feel attacked, I don't defend myself. I come in with a soft answer. But someone's got to have the presence of mind to do that, right?
You said we need to remain soft in how we speak and approach. And would you speak at all on the balance of remaining soft and still being truthful?
Okay, the balance of soft and what?
Being truthful.
Yeah, speaking the truth in love, right? Let's do that while we talk about anger, okay? If I forget, then ask that again, right? Because we have to speak, we have to be loving and truthful too, right? Yeah, that's a balance, right? Can I learn how to do that? Yeah, that's a really good one, right? Okay, so, so words are really important, right? And questions. And so I can ask myself these questions and be careful about my words, because words are powerful and they're emotional. It's been ruined, right? I feel something very strong, like all the way through my viscera here when I use that word ruined. Okay? But when I'm engaging and trying to regulate, asking myself, well, what is true? Right? At this moment, what is true? That's a very good question, and I use it a lot with clients. Some of them really learn that and use it themselves to, what is true at this moment? Or what's my goal? So the discussion is getting heated, and if I could keep track, okay, what my goal is here. My goal was just to come to some agreement about what the weekend would look like. And, we're going to disagree, but I'm going to try to stay on my goal, and that helps me to be more calm and not as harsh. Or okay, right now, what do I want to express? And what would Jesus say? Okay? But to keep these questions are coming from the left brain and the frontal cortex, my language. So I got to keep that calm. I can't let the middle of my brain take over and shut down my thinking, and I'm just saying whatever. You've been in that situation, and it's where I'm speaking and I'm listening to what I'm saying, and sometimes like appalled, like I'm like a observer, and I don't know what's going to come out of my mouth next. Of course, that happens very fast. I don't want to be. I don't like being in that situation because I'm not thinking. I'm just speaking. I'm just reacting. I'm not responding. I'm reacting. Okay? Use accurate words. So, I've ruined dinner. Look at the toast is burnt. I've ruined it. I'm like, well, wait a minute. I like burnt toast, and the rest of it is pretty nice. So just being accurate is important for ourselves and with others. And we talked a little bit, and we will do this a lot more, is developing a vocabulary of the emotional range so that I know when, I know when I'm getting out of my mind angry, that's a thing, and I don't want to ever go there. But maybe I'm going to be frustrated with the current situation. But I know that's where I want to stop. I don't want to go past frustration. So just being aware there and having a better vocabulary, right? And this is our brain here, the executive functions regulating the emotion so that the emotion matches my thinking. Right? The emotions are not too big, they're not too small, the emotions are just right, right? I don't know, which bear was that? I don't know, just right, it was just right. And regulating that. And can I walk through life like that, having that kind of control of myself? I think Jesus did, right? And let me point this out, that that emotions have opposites, right? And you can't have a negative and a positive emotion at the same moment. That you may go back and forth, right? Or maybe I should put it this way, it takes a lot of maturity to have two emotions that are different going on at the same time. We'll see some examples where God does that, and we could do it. But when you read the Bible, often the Bible gives a verse like, do not be anxious, which is an emotion, about anything, but with thanksgiving, present your requests to God, and the peace of God, which passes all understanding, okay, and it goes on, right? And so what this verse is saying is, if you are anxious and you want to get to peace, gratitude can regulate anxiety to peace. Okay. So we're going to delve into that a little bit today, and then tomorrow morning at church I'm going to go into that more. Or another one, but you are a God ready to forgive, gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love. That if I'm angry, I can regulate myself to love through forgiveness. Now, forgiveness is not an emotion, it's a way of thinking. Thanksgiving is a way of thinking, it's not an emotion. Right? So I might say I feel thankful, but that's, that's not quite right. You have turned my mourning into gladness. I will give thanks to you forever. Gratitude can also do that. Gratitude is a fantastic, I would call, like, cognitive process, and forgiveness also, and acceptance. There are cognitive processes. There are ways of thinking that can regulate one emotion you're having that maybe you don't want to have into another emotion. And if I can learn these things, I can help myself and I can help others. Right? Okay, regulating. Okay, I said that. So let's see. I know I have to end here. Okay, so this is where I'm going to end. Okay, so here's how I can help myself and help other people. Okay, we recognize a negative emotion. Okay, fear, anxiety, loneliness, something like that, right? A negative emotion, worthlessness, okay? And so I see that emotion is presenting itself, right, in a big way. And, okay, I see your anger, and, I've listened, I've validated, I see your anger, okay, I get it. What are you thinking that is producing that anger? Okay, identify the underlying thoughts, the important thoughts, the beliefs that are generating these emotions. Okay, my brother took my bike, and that was disrespectful or whatever, right? Okay, that's what's produced the anger. Is that thought? Is that a biblical thought? Is that an accurate? Is that a right thought? Okay, or this belief is challenge that belief that's producing an ungodly emotion, or an emotion. Is it true to the Bible? I mean, if it's true to the Bible, then okay, this is based on truth, and you are having, is it scaled the right way? But you're having an emotion that's appropriate. If it's not true to the Bible, can we restate those beliefs biblically, right? And really, thinking more accurately. And when I reframe, as the counselor, I reframe your thinking. Well, what if you looked at it this way? Okay, or what if could we understand what happened this way? That trial you went through really helped you grow, and it's part of your sanctification. Like, that's true. Boy, and then Jesus says you can be joyful instead of upset, right? And you experience a new congruent emotion which is congruent to the truth, and it feels better. Now, even if it were sadness or grief, I can deal with that. Or guilt. You know what? I guess I was partly wrong as well. I need to ask for forgiveness. I mean, I don't like feeling that way, but it makes sense, and I can do something about it. Okay? So how to help people? So you can have these slides. If you want, you can look at this again. Is look at their big emotion and ask, well, where is that? What happened? What were you? How did you think about this? And does that seem right? Okay, let's make it right, and then a new emotion, which is more right, will occur, and more manageable and more godly. Right? Okay, so that's really the awareness and regulation, and then that is more likely to produce a godly behavior. Okay, So we'll end there. That's we talk about awareness and regulation, and I think this is really a story about our sanctification. Jesus said that, talked about sanctification and talked about it being based on truth. Sanctify them in your truth. Your word is truth, right? And becoming more Christ-like, because being more based in truth, and those thoughts will have their emotions, and they will be more godly emotions. Big or small, positive or negative, it will be more godly, and then I'm more likely with that congruent thought and feeling, more likely to do the right thing, and I'm becoming more Christ-like, and I'm more likely to behave like Christ and think like Christ and feel like Christ, right? So that's what we're talking about, right? Okay, so we'll stop there. Let me pray. Lord, thank you for your word. Lord, Father, we thank you for your Son who came to reveal you to us, and he has done that. And we have his word. Help us to really pay attention to it and help us to adopt it in our lives. Amen.
My name's Lydia, by the way.
Hi.
You mentioned yesterday, you kind of just touched on neurodiversity. It's just kind of, everyone has a different way of thinking in a
Yep.
sense, right? But then, actual neurodiversity is kind of not abnormal, right? It's
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Kitchen's got some pulled pork sandwiches for us for lunch, so we can give thanks for the food and enjoy a good meal. Our after lunch session begins at 1:30, so there's a little bit longer of a break here, so feel free to get out and enjoy a beautiful day. We will have our camp store open at about 12:45 or so. We heard that some people thought last night was a little too late for ice cream, but we're right in the middle of the day here, so perfect time for ice cream. So, and then we'll see you at 1:30 for the afternoon session. Let's give thanks for the food. God, again, we thank you so much for a beautiful day. We thank you for this chance to come together and enjoy a good meal. We especially are thankful for the men and women in the kitchen and their service. We just look forward to this afternoon and the time of learning and time of encouragement we will have together. In your name we pray, Jesus. Amen. Enjoy the meal.
anger, anxiety, depression. We throw a little gratitude in the middle there. But between now and dinner, so let's see. So you got to recognize that this is after lunch. I just had a milkshake. Maybe you did too, and that we're probably going to be a little tired, and we've been at it quite a while. But I like this half-hour break in between. I think that's helpful. And I think for example, I have 15 slides. We talk about anger. So an hour, that's 4 minutes a slide. That's not a problem. So I think the interaction we've been having is really good because there's plenty of things that those questions and those thoughts have. I don't have everything in here that I've thought of or you thought of, and so that's good. I appreciate the interaction. So that helped keep us going. So I tell you what, I will pray and then we'll get started. So Lord, as we enter into a few more emotions and just trying to understand ourselves better and understand you, and particularly understand Jesus and how he was angry and how he wasn't angry, and how to deal with other powerful emotions and helping others deal with them. Lord, help us to really learn what we can use in our lives, and so just help us in these next few hours. Amen. Okay, so we're going to talk about the anger of Jesus. Okay, in the Old Testament, you might. I don't mean this irreverently, but God is the angriest guy in the Old Testament. You see God's anger, and there's lots of words. His wrath, and so clearly, we enter the New Testament knowing, okay, it can't be wrong to be angry all the time. So there must be, anger isn't a sin per se. And then we get into the Gospels and we see Jesus. Sometimes explicitly, the text says that he was angry, and other times there's a lot of energy there, so it looks like he might be angry. So I want to do that. I want to look at how Jesus gets angry, okay, how God gets angry. So this is now we're going to get into our rhythm of looking at emotions, and the first thing we'll do is work on our vocabulary. So other words for angry. Okay, so there are words that are going to be a little milder. Wow, I was really angry. So words that are a little milder than that, and words that are stronger than that. So what are some other words for angry? Frustrated. Irritated. Okay. Oh, so I heard stereo there. Disappointed. Okay. Upset. Ranting. Oh, cranky. Cranky. That's good. Like irritable. Enraged. Okay, there's a bigger word for sure. Any other bigger words, or what do you have? Irate. Furious. Say that. Furious. Okay, that's good. Any word for angry? But from over here.
I stole mine too.
What's that?
I stole mine too.
Oh, say it again.
I had furious and enraged.
Okay. Enraged. Yes. Yeah, I remember my youngest son, when he was little, overheard the word, and my wife was getting her hair done, and he's like, can I use that word? You know, the hair cutter said the word pissed. Can I say that word?
The good King James.
Okay. So, okay. So here here's some words which we may have, some of them have captured, like being stern with someone, irked or irritated, displeased, annoyed, indignant. That's a good word. Upset, provoked, violently angry, rage, incensed, wrathful, furious. Okay. So actually, I just put on this page words that are in the New Testament. Okay. So there are 13 words in the New Testament for anger. And we could think of some more because you supplied some more, in the English language. But it's interesting just in that little New Testament that there are 13 different words used, right? And they, so I got them on the page here. And there are three of these words are used of Jesus. That he was stern with people, he was indignant, he's even described as being furious. Okay? And then, of course, there are words in the New Testament that are not used of Jesus, like being wrathful or violently angry or out of his mind angry, which is translated as rage in the ESV anyway. He was incensed or provoked, so he was made angry so he was made angry. That's not used of Jesus. You couldn't make Jesus angry, right? Annoyed. Okay, so but I think this is interesting that Jesus is described as angry. So here's one. And a leper came to him, imploring him, and kneeling said to him, "If you will, you can make me clean." Moved with pity, okay, there's our compassion word. Moved with pity, he stretched out his hand and touched him and said to him, "I will, be clean." And Jesus sternly charged him and sent him away at once and said to him, "See that you say nothing to anyone." Okay? So Jesus was compassionate, okay, and stern. So you can imagine that scene where he had this. He was moved with pity, and that drove Jesus to heal him after this interesting little exchange about "if you will" and "I will." And then Jesus got stern with him. Like, don't, see that you say nothing to anyone. Okay? And it was getting, even this early in the Gospels, Mark chapter 1, it was getting hard for Jesus to move around because crowds were just coming around him and to do what he wanted to do. And so it's interesting this complexity of Jesus's emotions, that he could be compassionate and then be stern also, and it matches. Like, I'm doing this for you. There's something I want you to do for me. And probably the guy just told everybody, right? Okay. So that was one. Jesus could express that without sin, right? The same word, translated as, or often translated as indignation, distress. So Mary had just said in John 11, okay, this is about Lazarus. Mary had just said, "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died." And when Jesus saw her weeping, and the Jews who had come with her also weeping, he was deeply moved in his spirit and greatly troubled. Okay? And Jesus wept. Okay? He's sympathetic, right? And this word deeply moved is also gets translated and it has meaning that he groaned, he was agitated, he was indignant, and it comes from this, to like you think of it like an animal, like a horse or a bull or something, to snort and stamp with anger. Okay, so this is a version of anger, and I think indignation it's often translated that way. But here, in this version, it was was deeply moved in his spirit when he saw what was happening with Mary and the others weeping. So the Jews said, "See how he loved him." But some of them said, "Could not he who opened the eyes of the blind man also have kept this man from dying?" And then Jesus, deeply moved again, like groaning and agitated and indignant, came to the tomb. Okay. So why? So Jesus, it upset him that to see. I mean, he wept, and he joined in the sadness, but he was also troubled by what he was seeing and the dialogue that was happening, and what he heard. It was kind of a like. All right, you might do that, right? Right? Like maybe a little frustration. So why do you think? There's a lot going on here emotionally? Of course, it's Lazarus has died, and Jesus arrives, and you really should have been here, earlier in the week, and you could have stopped it. Like, how do we make sense that Jesus is also has this other emotion that he's upset, he's agitated, troubled, and a little indignant by what's happening here with the others. Okay.
Contemplating the result of sin.
I'm sorry, say it.
Contemplating the result of sin.
Okay. Yep.
They didn't have faith. There was a lot of them that didn't have faith, so he couldn't heal them.
Yes, yeah.
So
Okay. Yeah, he had just talked about the resurrection right before this, and Jesus was going to do it. He was going to resurrect Lazarus, but they didn't know that. But he had just talked about the resurrection, and someone saying, like, if he had been here, maybe he wouldn't have died. And it's like, are you not getting it? Are you not getting what I'm talking about? And he raised people from the dead previously to this, but there's this hopelessness in this death when we should not mourn as those who have no hope, right? There should be a hopefulness. I wonder if the next week Jesus is going to be dead. And I wonder if in part this has further motivated him or provided the energy, because he sees the results of death. Even people who ought to have more faith, he sees the results of death, and he's like, I'm going to take care of this next week, right?
But sometimes I think we need to realize that, being in a health profession, it's God who chooses the time to die. There's a time to live and there's a time to die. And he's accepting that this was God's time, even though he did go and raise him again, to show his power
Yep.
over death.
Yep. Yeah. Just
But he
kind
did
of
it on purpose, I thought. He intentionally stayed 2 days longer to show God's glory, so
Yep.
I can see where the lack of faith would be exasperating after.
Yep. Yeah, I think so. So lack of faith. So he's witnessing all of this, and it's just, it's this sadness, but it's a little frustrating after all of these years and things he's done and what he just talked about the resurrection, and that happened often, right, with the disciples. We just talked about this. Okay. So Jesus is in this group, and he's showing this kind of frustration and agitation and a kind of anger. So we started with the mild one, the sternness, and then let's say indignation. He's seeing something. Indignation is about you see something wrong, and you're angry with it. Okay, something is wrong, and you're angry with it. Now, is a third word, another word, and this is not about Jesus, but it's other places in the Gospels that this word is used. And I did this study once many years ago, and just looking for the word anger and wrath and related words in English in the Bible. And then I redid this a couple or more recently, and using the Greek words, and it's just because I've become more comfortable with Greek, and I realized how rich, it became 13 words instead of just one or two, how much richer the study was, and so this other word is often translated as indignation. So we see that this word is used, but the ruler of the synagogue, indignant, because Jesus had healed on the Sabbath, said to the people, there are 6 days in which work ought to be done. Come on those days and be healed, and not on the Sabbath day. So Jesus was, messing with his church. And although he was healing, this guy was indignant at Jesus because Jesus was doing things he didn't, in his place, and things he didn't want done. So that gives you an idea about indignant, what this word means. And when the 10 heard it, they were indignant at the two brothers whose mom had wanted them to ask Jesus, can we sit at your left hand and your right hand? And I think in that context, Jesus was just talking about being a servant. And here they feel like it's a good idea to ask this question then in that context. But the 10 get word of it. The other 10 disciples get word, and they're indignant. They're indignant with the two guys because they've asked this, for this favor from Jesus. Okay. And this one is about Jesus being indignant. And they were bringing children to him that he might touch them. And the disciples rebuked them. But when Jesus saw it, he was indignant and said to them, let the children come to me. Do not hinder them. So I think the implication, as we can see from these verses, is that a person, the emotional, the emotion of indignation gets triggered when someone is being wronged. So on the left side here, the ruler of the synagogue felt he was being wronged. Jesus is interfering with his project, his thing here, and what's going on in the Sabbath, his synagogue, and the 10 are see that something is done wrong, but wrong to them. Like these usurpers are taking our spot, maybe. Okay? So that's how often we might express a certain kind of anger, that when we feel we're being wronged, that we become indignant. But you never see Jesus become indignant when he is wronged. But you do see Jesus become indignant when someone else is wronged. So David was good at this also, except at the beginning of his life, right? When he was out in the wilderness, and he and his hundreds of men were in a certain spot, and they protected the flocks of Nabal, right? And then David sent some men in to Nabal and said, look, we've been protecting your flocks, and we haven't stolen anything. We're behaving really well. We want some food. And hospitality would say, yeah, that's the right thing for him to do. And Nabal says, who is David? I mean, he knows who David is, but he's probably an ally of Saul. And he's insulting. His name means fool, right? And so David gets the word back, and he's indignant. And he's like, I'm going to kill every man in this place. Right? That was his response. And then Abigail intercepts him and changes his mind, right? And then 10 days later, Nabal dies. Okay, so and David learns something from that. That would have been wrong. Abigail stopped him from doing something wrong, and so in that story, he's indignant because he has been wrong. David, I am David. I'm going to be king, and you have denied me hospitality, which is the right thing for all of us to do. And he learned something from that. And going forward, he never takes personal offense. Right? He had a lot of situations, Absalom and others, but he becomes indignant, like when Nathan comes to him with the story about a rich man took a sheep, and this is of course after Bathsheba, the sin of Bathsheba. David becomes indignant on behalf of that poor man, right? But not ever again on behalf of himself. So he really learned something, and then we see Jesus also behaving that way. So that's something being indignant on behalf of someone else is an appropriate kind of anger. We see Jesus doing that, and in this case, the disciples took upon themselves to keep the parents and the kids away from Jesus. He's above all this. And Jesus is indignant, like, no, bring them to me. And then, so one more word. This is the strongest word used in the New Testament, orge. Wrath, fury, vengeful anger, maybe leading to punishment. And here are some people who are described as orge. So when John the Baptist is saying, you brood of vipers, who warned you of the orge to come, of the wrath, of the anger, the angry punishment that you were going to receive? Okay, it's a really strong word. The older brother of the prodigal son, was angry with his father and the son for how the father treated the son with mercy and generosity, but he was really angry. Herod, who killed his own family, who we thought were rivals to his throne, and a very explosive guy, when he had been tricked by the Magi, he was furious with them. Okay? So that's the word we're talking about. And so in Mark 3, when Jesus looked around at them in a synagogue, right, and there's the man with the withered hand, and he's being watched to see what he's going to do. Okay, we looked at Mark 1 with the ruler. No, is that Mark 1? Well, maybe not. But they're watching. Okay, they're on to him already in chapter 3 of Mark, and they're watching him. And Jesus looked around at them. He was furious with them. He was furious with the leaders, and he was also grieved. He looked at them with anger and grieved at the hardness of their heart, and said to the man, "Stretch out your hand." Okay? And so he did the miracle. So we think about that this episode where Jesus was furious, okay, at not something that someone did to him, but at the attitude. I think we have something here. He was angry at their greed and their selfishness and their willingness to harm or to neglect others for their own gain. Like this is our show here, and you don't heal on the Sabbath. That's the rules. Don't break our rules, right? And the people were without a shepherd. Jesus often saw the people that way, that they were lost and without a shepherd. These were the shepherds, these bad shepherds. But it's interesting also that Jesus looked at those shepherds and he was grieved. He was sorrowful, okay, at the hardness of their heart. So he could look at these leaders in two different ways at the same moment, okay, which is really a nuanced way of dealing with people. Like, I'm really angry with you about this attitude you're putting out, but I'm sad that you have that attitude. And I could see the hardness of your heart and your moral emptiness and your lack of compassion. I mean, you don't have compassion on this guy? And their misunderstanding and misuse of the law, right? So that grieves them. They're angry for what they're doing, but it's also grieved. In the Old Testament, you see that God is really angry with his people for committing spiritual adultery, and all that great story about getting the land, and then they, first chance, they chase after other gods, and that repeating itself over hundreds of years, and God telling him, this is what I want to do to you. If you persist in this, it can take you out of the land, like I kicked the previous people out of the land for their behavior. And but then it's always said, but if you return, right? But if you return, and just wanting to and just expressing his love for his people at the same time as expressing his anger. So as parents, we're told that's good parenting. We have to be stern, have to deal with what's wrong, but to do it in love. And the problem is if we show anger, then the child just focuses on the anger and not on what was wrong here. So this nuanced, balanced way of expressing emotions, but Jesus can do that. And I think that's something we should aspire to as well. Okay, so let's talk about anger. So as an emotion, okay, with Jesus as our example, so as an emotion, there are, of course, there's the mental and the physical parts. There's the thoughts and the bodily sensations. And so when we feel angry, so getting angry, that there is a tension, a muscle tension, maybe everywhere in our body. So I'm really angry. So feeling things like my arms and torso, and maybe other parts like shoulders and back and neck, and maybe, we talk about tension, headache, the tension, and maybe in my legs, this muscle tension, because I'm ready for a fight. Okay, so that's what my muscles have to do, the big muscles, and there may be a flushing, so that the blood goes to the capillaries, which are on the surface of the skin, to help cool the body, because the heart rate is up and the blood is flowing, bringing oxygen and nutrients around to the body, especially to the large muscles, because we're ready for a fight. And so I might feel warm, I will look aggressive, okay, and I may be focused on what I'm angry at, and so there's this kind of aggressive movements. I may be getting loud and maybe knocking things over, right? So this is what happens in my body with anger, right? And then someone says, you're doing all this is happening, and someone says, like, you don't have to get angry. I'm not angry, right? So like, how can you tell? How can you tell that you're not angry, right? But it's happening pretty fast, and then there are thoughts. Okay, so what are those? What are the thoughts that have just produced all of that? Because adrenaline is really flowing. I've been wronged. You can't do that to me. Yeah, I've been wronged. Right? I mean, and we just said David did that once. Jesus never did that. Never. When that happened, didn't react that way. Yeah. What else? What's going on in my head?
Like David, he was going to go out and kill those guys if they wouldn't, reward him
Yeah.
for all his good work.
Yeah. Yeah, there's these aggressive, very focused thoughts of maybe harming somebody, or if that's necessary. So let's see what I put. So I'm agitated. My thoughts are racing and stirred up, and irritation and agitation. I'm very focused on the problem. Sense of being wronged. Here's something interesting about anger sometimes, is it could be called a secondary emotion. Okay, and so what is meant by that is there's another emotion that's actually behind it. Okay, so for example. At the beginning of our marriage, my wife used to think it was funny to scare me, right? You come around the corner and boom, right? Okay, and then I would I'd jump, and I would be afraid, and probably I thought I looked silly, so I was embarrassed, and everybody's laughing, and my response is don't do that. Is anger, right? Okay, so but you can understand that, I guess, but you understand it because I don't like how you made me feel. I felt afraid. I don't like that. I am embarrassed. I don't like that. And so really what happened is I was afraid and embarrassed. But instead of showing you fear and embarrassment, which are weak and vulnerable, I'm going to show you anger, which is big and aggressive and hits back, right? Right? So in that case, it would be correct to say that it was a secondary emotion. It was not the primary emotion, but it was the secondary emotion, and really doesn't have too much to do with the problem. And so there are times when we get angry that it's not really the problem. It was another emotion behind it. And you can really help people by helping them to identify that. So I had a client maybe a couple years ago, started seeing him a couple years ago, and the first topic was his father, and he's just, for years his father had passed away, and he's still angry with his father about how he was treated, and his brother, when his father remarried and wasn't really allowed to see him, and his father just did nothing about it. and he's just really angry. And as we were talking, we kind of came around to, now I guess I was more hurt and than angry. I was really hurt. Right? And that right in that moment, that got settled because he was addressing the right emotion, right? And instead of talking about anger, really had to talk about hurt. And so his anger went away, right? Because he realized that's not what I'm not really angry, I'm hurt. And so that could really help somebody or help ourselves when we understand that, potential, that aspect of anger. I wasn't really, maybe I wasn't so much angry, but disappointed, okay, or afraid. You think of a kid walking through the woods and it's getting kind of dark, and he's like, I know you're there. I know where you are. I can see you, right? And generating a little anger, and it chased away the fear. So I'm afraid of heights, and and so I'd go up on a ladder, like it could be a 6 or 8 foot ladder, just trying to get on that part of the roof, and you go up, and I'm feeling fear. And if somebody was watching, they're like, "You're 3 rungs off the ground. You mean you're not gonna? Nothing bad's gonna happen at this point." But I'm afraid. All I see is up, and I'm not gonna look down. So okay, Paul, physician, heal thyself. So if nobody's around, I'll go like, "Grrr," and the fear goes away. Okay, and just be on your way, right? Remember I said there are emotions that are opposites. And fear and anger you can't be both afraid and angry at the same time. So if someone feels afraid, you can show anger and the fear will leave. Right? So maybe you can use that. So let's talk about God's anger and our anger, what that looks like. Okay, so just reading different Bible verses, I thought, well, what is the profile of God's anger? Because there is a time element, and then there is a height to it as well. And being very angry, or so just looking at some verses, and by the way, when Paul says be angry and do not sin, that's orge. Okay? You could be furious, okay, or when you're furious, you can be furious, but don't sin. Okay? And we see that example in Jesus' life. He was furious with them, but he didn't sin. So you can be furious. So I'd like to be furious once in a while. How do I do that? How do I do that, God? So let's look at some verses. So the Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love. He will not keep his anger forever. So I read from this that over time, that God is slow to anger. Now, he will get angry, but it's slow. So he's patient, and he hangs in there a long time. He has good frustration tolerance with us, and we're glad about that, right? And even with unbelievers, how do you not know that, or what is that? Reference about God being patient with the wicked. Why doesn't God deal with them right away? Well, he's patient. He's slow to anger. He will get angry, but he's slow. Okay, so when I draw this line, it's going to take some time. He's slow to anger, and he will not keep his anger forever. So I take from this verse and some others that it's going to build, it's slow, and maybe I shouldn't say build, but it's going to be slow to develop, and then God will get angry, but he will not keep his anger. Okay? So that's what God's anger looks like. Okay? He's going to be patient, and then it's going to reach a point where that's it, you're out. Okay, or whatever. And then the anger had a purpose, and that purpose was filled, and there's no longer to be angry, right? So often that purpose is justice. Someone is being wronged, and this situation will require some energy. So anger is a good choice. It has a lot of energy. And you're out, and then, okay, it's done. Justice was served, or whatever the purpose was, and you're out. And I don't need to still be angry because we dealt with it. Right? Okay. The sun sets, and it's put away. His anger is put away. Okay? So this is how to be furious without sinning. Is patience, and then it reaches a point where, okay, now it needs to be dealt with. It can be very energetic, but then it has to stop. Right? Now that is, okay. So do not let the sun go down on your anger. Let all bitterness and wrath and anger be put away from you. But that's in contrast to man's anger, which does not work God's righteousness. So we are told by James, to be slow to anger, like God. But we're being told that because we tend to be quick to anger. Okay? So we have to be told to be quick to listen because we are not quick to listen, and slow to anger because we're not slow to anger. So our anger tends to be, we tend to get angry quickly. Okay? So anger ramps up quickly, and oops, let me see. And it tends to linger. Right? We're told, don't let it linger. Like, don't let bitterness and resentment. We're told that because that's what we tend to do. So while God is slow, he does it when it's time, and then he's done, purpose served, and that's it. Where we of course do the opposite. And so we tend to be quick to anger, maybe explosive even, and then it lingers. Okay, so that's not godly anger. And so I would divide this into two stages. So now we need to deal with our anger. We need to change the shape of this curve so that it matches the shape of God's anger curve. Okay? And so that means we really need to, and let's call that stage one, the beginning, where we become angry. We need to flatten the curve, right? We've heard that phrase. In the beginning, and learn to be patient. And then the stage two is the lingering anger. Right? So I want to say these are the two problems with dealing with anger. So, so strategies. So remember how we're thinking about this is that there's awareness and regulation. So I really need to be aware. So we described what's happening in my body and what's happening in my thought life. And I can recognize anger by my thoughts and the tension and aggression in my body. And when we looked at the the words used in the New Testament, you see that there's some mild forms of anger and some big forms of anger. And if we know what the symptoms, the indications of anger are, then could we recognize that before I become furious, what happened right before furious, right? And so my interest in all of this came sort of, maybe 15 years into my so far 40-year marriage, that I would be explosively angry, right? And so what that meant is something's going on, and I'm fine. Bang. Okay, and I just stop that. And somewhere around here, I'm like, what's happening right now? And I'm as surprised as everyone. Maybe I'm more surprised because probably others saw what was happening. And it was bad for my relationships, especially with my wife. And I just cried out to God, how do I deal with this? I don't see it coming. So Lord, just take this away from me. Because I don't know how to control this, because it just comes on me like that, right, without warning. And so I purposed to, on my, at the time, 1 hour commute each way to work, is just pray for 3 weeks about this and just ask God to take it away from me, right? So 3 weeks later, he did not take it away from me, right? And I'm like, God, I can't control it. But in that period, I can't actually remember these details, but in that time or shortly after that time, a couple of things occurred to me. When you're praying and then you get a new thought, okay, maybe God put it there or maybe I thought of it, but it's a good thought, a new thought. And I realized, I never do this at work, right? I never explode at work because you're going to get fired or something, right? But I'll only do it at home. I don't do it at church. I only do it at home. And I thought, maybe I can control this. Okay, maybe I am in control of this. And then somehow I started thinking, well, so right before the explosion, which I am aware of, what happened? What happened right before the explosion? So now we're talking about at this peak, exploded. What happened right before that? I said, well, I remember I was really frustrated. Okay, so what does frustration feel like? And the tension and my thoughts were racing and focused, and the only word I had was stop. And I was curious about that too. So I wasn't thinking really clearly, but I had this one word, and I thought, well, what happened right before being frustrated? I said I was annoyed. And what does that feel like? Well, it's a milder version of the tension, but there's really these alarms are going off in my body, and I was fine. How emotionally stupid can you be? I was fine. I wasn't fine. I was not hearing the alarm at that volume, and I only heard it when it was full volume. So what happened right before annoyance? Well, there was something that irritated me. Okay, now what does that feel like, and what are the thoughts associated with that? So I realized I've got to be aware of what's happening down here in these milder versions of anger, and I have to have a plan. When I become aware, I have to have a plan to deal with it. Okay, so my basic plan was to say something, instead of when I had more words, it's not just one word, stop. And so just try, and this is when I did my 75 Psalms, just to try to become more aware. And so I had a good moment at some point where my wife and I are sitting in our living room, and we're both reading, I think, and my youngest son was in the other room singing, and I was reading, and I noticed that my attention was drawn away from the book. So that was probably easy to notice. My attention was drawn away, and it was irritating. Like I felt this irritation, this unpleasantness, and I realized where it's coming from. And the older me, or earlier me, would have progressed rapidly, and I would have shouted something at him, which would have been really unfair. So instead, I turned to my wife and said, "Is that bothering you?" And at that moment, I felt half of the tension go away. Wow, that's okay. This might work for me. And she said, "Yeah, it kind of." And so I said, "Hey, Tim, can you take it upstairs?" And he said, "Okay," and he, and I thought, well, maybe I'm learning something here. And just trying to exercise that, my awareness and my intervention by speaking, and speaking, talking is really important for humans, is to talk, right? So, we have to learn, we have to have strategies for the beginning of anger so that we can endure it and not that it won't grow out of control. And generally, it's got to be done early, so I need to have that kind of awareness. So this sort of an awareness, okay, of my body and my mind, and then soothing myself somehow, but maybe speaking. And so the goal here is to like respond instead of reacting, right? And I think the word respond, this may be poor etymology, but that, we have the word ponder, to think. Maybe I respond, right? Maybe that's poor. But it gives the idea to think first. Can I, actually I don't know if this will be here or not, but I use the speaking, right? Just a controlled volume, controlled when I had more words, response, and that helped deflate it, I noticed. And another thing would be to just walk away. Okay. Now I have to have a certain presence of mind to walk away from this problem, but that could really help. In fact, even just moving my body will help. Okay, will help diffuse some of that energy, and to say, I got to. I don't think I can talk about this right now, and my voice may reflect that, and I let's come back in 20 minutes. Okay, I don't want to just walk away, but I want to reschedule so the person doesn't think I'm running away from this, and they won't pursue me. Okay? Talked about a secondary emotion. So here are some of the problems with anger. Is I'm addressing the wrong thing. Maybe I'm reacting to my anger when I really should be addressing my disappointment, okay, or my sadness or my hurt, right? Or sometimes I am addressing the wrong person. I had a bad day at work. I came home. I'm upset, and I kick the dog. Okay. So, okay, you're angry, you want to kick someone, but you're kicking the wrong person. I mean, it's very immature, isn't it? So addressing the right emotion, addressing the right person, let's see. And, understanding, I can learn what the triggers of my anger, and learn to avoid them or learn to prepare for them, a way of preparing. And I was going to add here that if remember, it's getting to my emotional brain first, and then a half a second later it goes to my frontal cortex. My son's singing, okay? Which shouldn't be offensive. It irritated me, and I noticed that, and I could handle it a different way. I could find it humorous or enjoyable. He's got a great voice, but if it's irritation, I want to understand that and address it in me, not at him. But if I could learn to interject a pause, if I just practice, anytime something comes to me and it requires a response, I'm gonna pause. Would you like more tea? Sure, right? And I'm gonna practice that. And then when something more volatile comes my way, maybe I will have learned to just give my brain a half a second, a full second, that'd be plenty, to engage the front of my brain and be more thoughtful. Right? One time I was being interviewed for like a board, like a school board position, and the guy asked a question, and I had like no idea how to answer this question. And I just started to be a little panicky, and long seconds were going by. I don't know how long. And then I don't know what I said. I said something. And would that eliminated me for consideration, because I realized I should never be a board member. But later he said, I really appreciated your thoughtfulness on that question I asked. And what he didn't know is my head was empty, and I didn't know what to say. But it makes you look thoughtful, right? You pause, you pause, and what you're really doing is holding at bay the nonsense, and so that you're trying to be thoughtful, right? But so you can't get hurt by that. Okay, so these are the strategies. Recognize when it's happening, and we will be talking about depression and anxiety with the same strategy: is recognize it earlier, and have a way of intervening and tamping it down. And these would be some ways. Okay, this second stage, which is often more difficult. I mean, it certainly takes longer, and you could be angry for years. And that's clearly not a godly thing. That's a clue. I've been angry for months with this righteous anger. I don't think so. All right. See to it that no one misses the grace of God, and no bitter root grows up to cause trouble and defile many. That the grace of God, in His grace, His anger lasts a short time. So clearly, we're missing the grace of God when bitterness grows up. Do not let the sun go down on your anger. Let all bitterness and wrath and anger be put away from you, and give no opportunity to the devil. And maybe I don't really know what that means, but I had a young client, and he was telling me different stories, and one was about how he sees spirits, and a Christian guy. And another story about a period in his life in his teens when he was very angry with God. And when I started matching those stories on a timeline, I realized that he told me the Spirit started speaking. He wouldn't just see something going past him, but they would speak to him during the time he was angry with God. And I said, what do you think? There's this Bible verse about giving the devil a foothold when we're angry, right? Bitterness and anger and wrath and not giving the opportunity to the devil. So do you think that it was your anger with God that gave the spirits opportunity to speak? And he had further told me there was a point where an event occurred and he stopped being angry with God. And the spirits stopped. So we weren't talking about these the same day, but I put them together and he said, maybe, right? Maybe that's what happened. So we don't want to do that, right? We don't want to do that. There's this giving opportunity to the devil, our anger. And we know other verses about how our anger or our conflict with our wives hinders our prayers and stuff like that. That's a reality, I guess, is those kinds of wrong emotions hinder our spiritual life. Okay. And so if we do find, okay, the big emotion is this bitterness and this long-lasting anger, harboring and seething, and we know that's ungodly. God does not do that. This is wrong. There's a problem here. What are you thinking about? Like, what is the thinking that's producing this? Well, they haven't apologized to me, or whatever it is. But we realize this is, so how do we undo that? And I think this is a harder problem than the first problem. I mean, if it was easy, they wouldn't be angry anymore. So here, I think there's some strategies. In Matthew, Jesus says, if you forgive others your trespasses or their trespasses, your Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. Okay, so I'm not 100% sure what that means, but I don't like the sound of it at all. And that would be could be motivating to, I got to give up, I got to forgive, right? I got to forgive. Because I want to be forgiven. I mean, I'm going to be forgiven. I am forgiven. Okay, but I don't like the sound of that. And I think empathy is another good help for myself and for others to forgive. What Joseph said at the end of Genesis with respect to his brothers, well, they meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. So his emotion, his negative emotion toward his brothers, was reduced because he knew, God was in complete control of this, and they did this, but God turned it around and did something incredible with me because of that. It's harder to be angry with them or as angry when you think of it that way. Well, this was, God turned it into something good, right? Or Jesus tells us in Matthew 18 and Matthew 5, like how to resolve conflict. Go and tell him his fault. Maybe we need to talk about this some more. I'm still angry. And Matthew 5 may fit better. It's like, you go to the person, I am still, or maybe it's 18, right? But I am still angry with you, and I just can't not be angry about this. Can we talk more about it? And I think the idea there is to be more understanding and reduce the emotion. And speaking the truth in love. We have to speak. Some people, these three words, speak, truth, love, really expose weaknesses in us that some people are just like, I'm not talking about it. Right? But we have to speak. Speaking, confess your sins to one another and pray for one another, and you will be healed. Speaking is good for us. So we got to speak. We have to speak up. We have to speak. And when we do speak, we have to tell the truth. We have to speak the truth. It doesn't have to be harsh, but it's got to, I need to say what's true here. And I need to do it in love. Right? So that is a tough combination, but Paul figured it out, and that is just one of the best phrases in all of Scripture, I think. And it's right in that chapter that deals with anger, right? And unity. Okay, so we got to wrap this up here. So, okay, thinking about preventing ungodly anger. Sometimes it means don't make a friend. Right? Make no friendship with a man given to anger, lest you learn his ways and entangle yourself in a snare. Many of these things are contagious. I mean, joy could be contagious, but I hang around with angry people. I am likely to become more angry myself. On my Facebook friends, if my Facebook friends are way more than me, then I will likely gain weight. If my Facebook friends weigh less than me, I will lose weight, okay? So that means social media, that can do these kinds of studies, and there's probably good reasons for that, but the people we hang out with will affect us. Quick to hear, slow to speak, slow to anger, that comes up. Good sense makes one slow to anger. And it is glory to overlook an offense. Just overlook an offense. Just say, you know what, I'm not going to pursue that. Just overlook it. And let's reason this together. Good sense, which happens here, makes one slow to anger, which happens here. Like, keep this part of your brain engaged and in control. Good sense will slow anger. A soft answer, okay? So let me just, with this last thought, what should we be more angry about? Maybe we're not angry enough at certain things. Like, oh, you who love the Lord hate evil. And there are things I should probably be more angry about, right? Maybe about abortion, about what's happening in some countries in Africa, and like we all focus on some other things. Most of the news is Ukraine and Israel, Gaza, but there's another several areas that maybe I need to pay more attention to, or God hates evil, and I guess I don't really hate all kinds of evil. I just hate some kinds of evil. So maybe there's some things I should be more angry about. So that's where we will finish. So let me just pray. Lord, this is subtle, but it's right there in your word. It's all over the Bible. Help us to really be more aware of ourselves and control our anger. And Lord, let us be angry like Jesus. Amen. Do you like this font? Does this like give the sense of like anxiety? It's called Chiller. So developing a Christ-like emotional intelligence and looking at anxiety. So keeping with our methodology, our approach, and it'd be helpful to have a bigger vocabulary that, well, I am worried or I'm a little anxious, that what are some other words for anxiety? Less severity, greater severity?
Despair.
Despair? Oh, what is that?
Depression.
Depression? Okay.
Fear.
Fear?
Fear.
Yeah.
Confusion,
Sorry, Seth.
confusion.
Confusion?
Worrisome?
Yep. Worry, worrisome. Okay. Unsure? Uncertain? Yeah. So let's see. So just starting at the bottom, feeling a little uneasy, vulnerable, apprehensive. I'm worried. I'm tense. I'm nervous. Threatened, scared, trapped, panicked, frantic, overwhelmed, paralyzed, maybe literally paralyzed. Okay. So just from the bottom to the top. So when I'm starting to feel uneasy with the situation or a little vulnerable, I'm apprehensive, so that's a good time to intervene in my worries and have some of those strategies. So let's, what makes you anxious?
Healthcare.
Healthcare? Okay, healthcare system or being health? Health, yeah.
When my wife asks me a question.
Wow, it's a lot. You may be anxious a lot.
Job loss?
Job loss? Yeah, 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 yeah. Just thinking about job loss, actual job loss, or thinking about the potential, right? Yeah.
Meeting others' expectations, or what I expect that people should do.
Yep. Yeah. Mismatch of expectations creates problems.
Like worrying about the future.
Yep. The future has an uncertainty. I guess there's like an uncertainty is a big source of anxiety. Okay. Yeah. So there's a lot, right? There's a lot. And anxiety is the biggest mental health problem in the world. And it's more in some countries than others. It's more in the U.S. COVID made that much worse, and it's lingering. So that, maybe pre-COVID, 20% of people in a given year would have a serious, or be diagnosed so that it's a level of seriousness, not just, I'm worried about the game tonight. It's not that kind of anxiety. It's it had to be a diagnosable anxiety disorder. 20%, at any point in time, 20% people would have that over the course of the year. And post-COVID, that number is higher. So let's anxiety is different, though, than some of the other emotions. In that some anxiety actually increases performance, okay, and might feel good, right? So we take some of those words, and if that something like anticipation has some features of anxiety, but we anticipating something good, but there's a tingling and an alertness that is similar to anxiety, except it feels good because you're thinking about something good rather than something bad. And we might talk about butterflies, butterflies in my stomach, and then a high-paid public speaker would say, like, get those butterflies in formation, and just. But it could increase alertness, a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of stress. Living things, many living things tend to do better with some stress. Like, don't water your tomatoes every day. The stress could produce better tomatoes or something like that. And so many of us will induce stress. Have a cup of coffee, which has caffeine in it, and that activates the stress system a little bit. So you get this alertness, and I like, we can say, oh, I like coffee. Well, I like the way coffee makes me feel, right? Gives me a little bit of energy and induces a little bit of stress. Maybe 2 cups of coffee will do that. And at its peak, or at the peak performance, a certain amount of anxiety, when we're in a situation where we're being challenged, but we're thinking positively about it, and that stress actually helps our performance peak, right? But if you go over that peak, then maybe the jitters or fear kick in, or panic, and being overwhelmed and paralyzed, maybe literally paralyzed, like I can't move my arm. I had a friend who the work situation was so stressful that like every time the phone rang, it was more bad news. And at his desk, the phone rang again, and he couldn't move his arm. He just found he couldn't move it. Because, now, when you get paralyzed, since your nerves run like this, that get paralyzed, it's usually like, along a nerve, right? It's not like at the elbow down. So obviously that was a psychological problem, not a physiological problem with his nervous system. His brain just said, no more answering the phone, like, stop, shut it off. But anxiety can get to that point, or a full-blown panic attack will really shut down the rest of the brain, so that you can't really think. It's just this panic. Okay, and so the anxiety and at those levels are a reaction to a threat. Okay, but that threat could be real or perceived. I'm just thinking it is a threat. And so we saw earlier with the love I have for my non-existent dog, is that whether our brain is speaking the truth or not doesn't really matter. It's the emotions are going to respond. And that just seems so strange, because you could just sit here and imagine a situation, and your body starts, and your brain signals for adrenaline, but another part of your brain knows we're just making this story up. So I don't know, we're not that smart. We're at the top of the food chain, but it just seems like we're not that smart sometimes. So our methodology is, that's, we have a bigger vocabulary. Now, let's talk about the physical and mental symptoms of anxiety. So what's going on in your body when you feel anxious? And it varies a lot across people, but so what is it like for you? Your ache?
Like you can't breathe?
Yeah, feel like you tend to breathe in a shallow way, and maybe can't get a breath, Right, so breathing is affected. Yeah, heart is racing. Yeah. What's that? Okay, yeah, tension in your muscles, and that could be, anywhere in your body. I mentioned like a tension headache, with your shoulders and your neck, the muscles are tense because there's a threat, and but it could be, back pain. Oh yeah, jaw, grinding teeth, right? And that's the evidence of that. The dentist says, you grind your teeth, and because your teeth are wearing down, and that might cause jaw pain. Okay. Nausea.
Sweaty.
Yep.
I was gonna say that sweaty hands.
Yep.
Sweaty palms.
Yep. Yeah, my wife, I think what really won her heart is I would hold her hand and she had sweaty palms. And she's like, no other guy would hold my hand when I had sweaty palms. So that was I like that, yeah. But yes, one more.
We also have a group of people that embrace adrenaline-producing activities.
Yes.
The high risk kind.
Yep.
Like, I know it brought back memories. I had a son who was a ski jumper. So, I drove out to the ski jump pit, and I'm looking at that thing. Yeah.
Yep.
Jared actually did that.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of anxiety is about risk aversion. Okay, being wanted to we don't like risk. We'll pay money to take risk away. We'll buy an insurance policy or something. But there are some people who are risk loving, and probably because of the adrenaline. The adrenaline is meant to get you ready for something bad happen to have to deal with it, but it's an adrenaline rush, and some of those people will do very dangerous things, and they might be physically dangerous, or I guess like sports or something. But I had a couple years ago a young lady who just seemed very normal, but she would put herself in very dangerous situations. Like she went on a vacation to Puerto Rico alone, or maybe with a friend, and then she went to a bar and met a guy and just went back to his house alone with him, and the whole like every step of the way, which became more and more risky, it became more and more exciting for her, and she would constantly putting herself in those situations. Or that young lady I spoke about earlier in my office a couple of times, and I just listened. Going into the inner city, and she's this big, and she's white, and so she's sticking out in the inner city and getting the drugs. That was part of the rush, and also putting herself in very dangerous situations with people going to a hotel room just to get the drugs and staying there. And I mean, this is just a young girl that you knew growing up. But adrenaline can feel unpleasant, or it can feel, for some people, it can feel very exciting. And as we'll see, anything that gives pleasure can become addictive, right? Yeah. Okay, good.
Can I just say one thing too? This occurred to me with the whole anger thing and depression too, that I've noticed in someone I know that when they're depressed and lethargic, then they resort to anger to fuel them, but then that seems like it's kind of an addiction too, so I think it's like a weird distortion in there.
Yeah, with the adrenaline that goes with anger too. Yeah, if somebody could become addicted or like the feeling of the adrenaline rush, they would say. Right? Yep. Okay, so let's see. So those nice sweaty hands, a lightheadedness. maybe because of the breathing is poor, I'm not getting enough oxygen. Shallow breathing so that the carbon dioxide never gets exhaled and it's staying in the lungs and only a little bit of oxygen. So that's why deep breathing can be very relaxing to get more oxygen into the brain and into the body. The muscle tension all over, flushing, like we said with anger, trying to cool the body off, or the blood flow is altered, racing heart. A person might feel like they're having a heart attack. People show up in the emergency room, say, I'm having a heart attack, and they're really having a panic attack, which in a way shows their heart is healthy. Like the heart can do these things. But it may feel like that, like I'm having a heart attack. Sleeplessness, I'm in bed, I'm trying to fall asleep, but my mind is racing, which is on the other side of the page. So I may not be getting good sleep, or when I do go to sleep, I wake up too early and I can't get back to sleep. So sleeplessness, and I could take a Xanax. That'll knock the anxiety out, and then at some point I might need 2 or 3, and so substance use or alcohol is a depressant, so that might help me calm down, and so that is potentially that may be something that happens. So okay, so like it's a pretty wide range of symptoms. Okay, what about on the mind side? So what's going on in my head when I'm anxious?
Repeating thoughts.
You said repeating?
Thoughts.
Right. Repeating thoughts. Okay, I keep going over the same thing over and over and over again. Okay, yes. That's what you were going to say, yeah.
Or
Yeah.
perhaps you're saying
Yeah.
something and saying, if I would have only done this, or playing out different scenarios.
Yeah, there are different kinds of anxiety orders too, like OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. I have obsessive thoughts. Okay, so I'm obsessing on something, just going over it again and again in my head. And if that's OCD would be, I have these obsessive anxious thoughts, and there's some activity, a compulsion, that is intended to reduce the obsessive thoughts. Did I leave the gas on? Did I leave? I'm checking. Or I need to, like with Monk, you ever watch Monk? So he's touching the parking meters. That compulsive activity is intended to reduce the anxiety from the obsessive thoughts. Of course, that just like hand washing would be a common thing, because there's germs, and hand washing for 20 minutes, your hands are red and dry and painful. So that's an anxiety disorder. Hoarding is an anxiety disorder related to OCD. So there's a lot. PTSD, post-traumatic stress. Post-traumatic stress is the core of PTSD. Okay, anything else? Like what other kind of thoughts? Yeah.
Compounding. Compound all your problems. Keep building, carrying all up.
Okay, you say compounding?
Compounding. Yeah.
Okay.
They multiply.
Okay, so racing heart, racing thoughts, okay? Feeling overwhelmed, maybe a sense of losing control. I might die or go crazy. So I've only had one panic attack in my life, and it was kind of mild, and I was working, I was in my office, and I had a busy day, and there were things coming up, but there were always busy days with lots going on, and I just started experiencing some of these kinds of thoughts, and I thought I was going to run out of my office and run down the hallway and just completely lose control of myself. I was thinking, I'm going to do that. Any second now, I'm going to do that. And it wasn't super severe, but it felt like this was a possibility. And so then I started thinking about my thoughts, okay, which we're able to do, sort of thinking about my thoughts. And I think, wow, this is really interesting, that I've never felt like this before. And it turns out, and it went on for, I don't know, 30 minutes or something, a pretty long time, and then someone came in and I said, I'm having a panic attack right now. And they said, well, you don't look that way. But that was a good distraction, and it all kind of faded. And that was really interesting. And then a few days later, I got a call from somebody new and said, you know, I'd like to see you. And then I said, okay, what's the problem? He said, I've had panic attacks. So that was, early in my career, that was the Lord's way of getting me ready for things. And it happened a number of times, and then when it started happening, I thought, okay, okay, I can do this. And it was just for my benefit. But I had a sense for it. And so there's a lot going on, and we're going to focus on this part of it, okay? Because, you know, you could see how you can help people with a racing heart. There are medications that will prevent adrenaline from going into the heart, right? The one I take for something else, and that will calm this system. This anxiety system is a system throughout your body that gets you ready for something. Like it could be good or bad, and that can be shut off with the right drug, like a Xanax. But that's a powerful drug. But there are ways of treating the body. We talked about breathing. You can visualize, sit, relax, visualize a scene that's calm. So there are a number of things you can do, and you can look those up. So I'm not going to talk about them. And they can be helpful for people. But we're going to look at what the Bible says. And mostly what the Bible talks about are the thoughts. Now, the thoughts are at the core. Okay, that's what Jesus said. He could have said, you know, don't be anxious, and refer to, you know, you don't have to worry, I'm in control, I'll take care of you. And in fact, I think that's what he does in Matthew 6. So we'll take a look at that. So the anatomy of an anxious thought is often this, right? That it's futuristic and catastrophic. Like something bad is going to happen soon, or some time in the future. It often starts with, well, what if? Yeah, but what if? What if? And then you imagine something coming that's bad. What if? Right? So I mentioned quickly some of the things you can do to treat it physically. Breathing is a good. You can drink less coffee, smoke fewer cigarettes. Nicotine is also a stimulant. But on the thinking side, and if we can deal with the thoughts long term, then you really deal with the anxiety. But especially with anxiety, you may need to deal with the body first, because things are so overstimulated, it's hard to think. But when we can think, when we can talk about it, here would be some ways of dealing with it. Distract to a cognitive activity, okay? So for example, so when my kids were little, it's before I went into counseling, we went, there was this little amusement park near us, and so we brought them over, and none of us really like these roller coasters or spinning things, but my daughter does. And so, okay, I can do the tilt-a-whirl with you. I don't want to do the roller coaster, but I can do the tilt-a-whirl. You spin, then you spin within spinning, and maybe there's another spin. And I don't like it. Makes me afraid, but I can do it. So we're on that. She's spinning this thing, and it's, I feel fear come up in me. Not too much fear that I just would go crazy, but my daughter is in whatever grade where they do times tables, and I say, Allie, what's 6 times 4? Like 24, and we just started going back and forth like that, and I could feel the fear decline to a more manageable level. And my kids, my boys, and my wife are looking on, and we get off, and they're like, "What were you doing?" We're just yelling back and forth, and again, I don't know why I selected that, but but I was moving the activity from the middle of my brain, the fear center, to the front of my brain, right? And so people do. You go into an MRI, okay, which I'm pretty good at MRIs, but there was one time when I thought, I am just not going to be able to hold this. And, keep your eyes shut, don't look, because it's like all, in on you. And then I thought, well, okay, let's count. So let's, count to 100 by 3s, okay? And then you get there in about 33 seconds, and okay, I need another one. Okay, let's count backwards from 100 by 3s. Let's count to 500 by 17s, like 17, 34, 51, 68 plus 17. So you have to really think, okay, and that's the point. And you're moving the you're distracting to a cognitive activity, right? Now, it wouldn't help to sit and try to read at that point, but something that you can force yourself to do, that can help deal with the mental problems, right? But ultimately, we want to get to the place where we can ask the question, what's true? What is true here? Because these futuristic and catastrophic thoughts tend to be unrealistic also, like highly speculative. But what if when I'm at this camp, what if everyone leaves and I'm left here alone? I'm like, how do I get out of here? And then what if there's an earthquake? And it can be ridiculous, but I'm just, this is kind of an out of control process. So what is true? And I think when we think about the physical side and the mental side here, I think this verse, be still and know, right? Be still and know that I am God. I am in control, right? And we can be calm in that knowledge, right? So I think that's a nice verse that captures both sides here. Now we may need to treat the physical side first, but we got to get to the thoughts. There was a time at my previous career and at work, the company just thought every 2 years we should turn everything upside down. And it was one of those periods that I was really anxious about work. I was thinking, this is it. This is the time. I'm going to be found out to be a fraud, and I can't do my job, and I'm going to be fired. So that's the kind of thing I was thinking. It's just too overwhelming. I can't keep up with this. And those are the kind of thoughts, and they keep you up at night, which makes things worse. And I'm pretty sure anybody who knew me, if I had articulated that, they would say, that's not possible. We've been through this a lot, and you're fine. You'll be fine. And that would be the truth, but this is what I was thinking. And so they had a psychologist come in once a week, and the guy I did talk to medical director there. He said, how are you doing? I said, well, okay, let me tell you the truth here. And he said, why don't you make some appointments with her? You have six appointments for free. I was like, okay. And working through my anxiety, we started working on that. And this is pretty much what she taught, is, there's a thought will intrude, okay, intrusive, obsessive thoughts that are, worrying about the future and often unrealistic, and they're racing thoughts, and you could, easily just sit there and be taken away, almost go into a trance with these things. And so it's a little tricky to stop it, because you're kind of lost in it. And your thinking part of your brain is not working that well, because the middle of your brain is on fire. Right? There is something called amygdala hijack. So the amygdala, that's a Greek word for almond, a couple of almond-sized or shaped pieces in the middle of your brain, and it's the fear center. And it gets information very early, right? And it's in charge of the fight, flight response. and if it gets really activated, it can hijack your whole brain. So this would be panic attack, and you really can't think. So that's possible. So one of the tricks of dealing with anxiety is building, if it's got past that challenge stage and it's becoming paralyzing, is to stop the thought. And so that's one thing you're taught by modern psychology, is stop the thought. Okay, just like interrupt it, and start thinking about something else, like distract to another thought, replacing that anxious thought. Okay? So a mild version of this would be, or a way of dealing with this, if it's not too severe at any moment. And I did this with my daughter 2 months ago when we were going to walk down the aisle together. And I said, but my daughter is really emotionally intelligent, but she's dealt with anxiety most of her life, and she knows how to do it. I said, Allie, let's notice 5 things in the room. And we're alone, except for the guy who's going to open the door. Like, let's notice 5 things. And she said, yeah, look at the crayons that we put out with the papers, and like, look, those candles over there. And as we were just noticing things in our environment, we could become more alert and calmer. And then let's hear 3 things. And so we're distracting. I guess this was more for me. We're distracting ourselves with things that are real right now, in this moment, what's going on around us. Okay? And what do you taste or smell? One thing. That was hard. So anyway, so now you just feel more calm and more alert, more present in the moment. And that can kind of pull you in from the futuristic, catastrophic, improbable event that, walking down the aisle would bring, maybe, I thought. So like, you stop that thought, distract, and replace with a different thought, and then you have your mind back a little bit and test the truth of what you were just thinking. What is the likelihood of that happening? Right? And you realize, this is, I don't think I have to worry about this, right? Now, so you've accomplished something, but the worry is going to come back, and you have to do it again, and so you have to practice. Okay? So that's what you teach somebody, this. Well, okay. So let's talk about Philippians chapter 4. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. Finally, brothers, whatever is true, noble, right, pure, lovely, admirable, if anything is excellent or praiseworthy, think about such things. Whatever you have learned or received or heard from me or seen in me, put into practice, and the God of peace will be with you. So peace and anxiety are different, right? They're opposites. And we mentioned earlier that thanksgiving is a cognitive process that can transform an anxious thought into a peace, okay? So Paul says this, he wrote this down 2,000 years ago, like, do not be anxious. Like, stop, do not be anxious. But talk to God, okay? Distract yourself. And replace the thought with truth or thoughts of gratitude, which we'll talk about in a minute, what those are, and replace it. Think on those things that are whatever is true, okay? But you're going to have to practice because the anxious thought is going to come right back. They don't go away so quickly, right? So I think it's not out of reach at all to say that while I mean, our Creator knew that anxiety is an issue, and there's at least these two places, there are many other places, that anxiety will be addressed, by Paul and Jesus and Peter and other places, and that science at some point, or Aristotle, a keen observer, even before this was written, notice, this is how people think, and this is a way of dealing with anxiety. And that this sort of modern psychological approach, that you have to interrupt that racing thought and think about something else, and think about what is true, what is really true right now, and start thinking about that, right? And then you're going to have. It just doesn't go away. You have to go back at it and practice and get good at doing that. Okay. And so Paul is laying that out for us, and I think this is how it works. Okay. So anxiety turns into peace when we express gratitude to God. And this is why that works. Because an anxious thought is about the future. It's highly speculative. It's unlikely to happen. Someone figured out that 93% of what we worry about never happens, right? So it's futuristic, it's unlikely to happen, and it's negative. Gratitude is a thought about right now what's true and good in my life. Okay, right now, what's true and good in my life that I could thank God for? Well, so instead of being futuristic, it pulls me into the present, here and now. It's truthful, factual, accurate, not speculative, and it's positive. The anatomy of gratitude is the reverse of the anatomy of anxiety, anxious thoughts. And so our being thankful converts anxiety into peace. And somehow Paul knew that. Or, of course, the Holy Spirit knew that. And when your thoughts go this way, do this thing, which is a thinking activity. Okay, I feel anxious, think like this, turn it upside down. I think this is a reliable principle that if the world thinks one way, it's the opposite of the way God thinks, right? In Ephesus, people were saying, Paul's turning the world upside down. Right? Well, no, the world got turned upside down at the fall, and Paul's turning it right side up again. But from the world's perspective, it was going upside down. So this is an example here of that too, I think, Paul. And so what I'm doing, in addition to that, is I'm moving the energy from the middle of my brain, where it's on fire, to the front of my brain. and you're putting out the fire. Okay, just like doing times tables on a tilt-a-whirl, or in an MRI, forcing yourself to count. So I've had a chance to travel a pretty good amount in my life, and one time I was at the pyramids of Egypt, and you can go into one of those pyramids. Okay, I guess you really should do that. It's completely unpleasant, it's small, and you're like walking like this up, and it's claustrophobic. And I, in addition to not liking heights, I don't like that either. But I'm using one of my little tricks, and then a woman is panicking, coming down. I'm like, count backwards, you know. So I don't know if she heard me, but it works, and the Bible says so, right? That. Because our Creator knows how it works, how we work, and He gives us advice along those lines that science at some point will uncover, and if it works, people will use it to make money, or they'll use it. Right? Yeah.
I have to comment, that's a technique they use in people with PTSD. Because we work with some
Okay.
traumatized kids, and they how do you help them? And they would just talk and do all that you said, bring them into the present, help them focus on what's happening, and that was what would help. Because I think it goes back to the memories. If something would trigger a memory, you have to be in the present.
Yes.
Situation, but still the same technique.
Yes, yeah. So PTSD, which is an anxiety disorder, and a lot of things, a lot of ways we might think that are unpleasant and not good for us, gratitude can deal with them effectively. So gratitude is a really important idea. And tomorrow morning at church, at Grace and Truth, I will be elaborating on gratitude. I'll focus on it and elaborate on it. But I also would include those slides with my slides. So gratitude is a good way of thinking, and that's one reason why God says it's the will of God in Christ Jesus that we are grateful people, right? So that is, okay, that's what Paul says. Now, Jesus also says, do not be anxious. And you're worrying about something, and then someone says, don't worry. Okay, right. So, that's pretty unhelpful. And then they say, just pray about it, right? That's also unhelpful. But what Paul was saying is key, is like, be thankful. Be thankful, because that's going to turn it upside down, right? So be thankful. And so Jesus also says, do not be anxious about your life. And there are some things here that that he says. I'm not going to read the whole passage, but this is a different topic than Paul. Okay, it's a more specific topic. Jesus here is addressing physical needs, things we might worry about. Do we have clothing and food? And so don't be anxious about your life. And he uses another approach. It's truth testing, right? You don't have to worry about your life, food and clothing. Your heavenly Father feeds you see the birds of the air and the flowers of the field, that your Father, God, takes care of His creation. Okay? And aren't you even more valuable than those plants and animals, right? So Jesus is providing evidence that you don't have to worry. Right? And that's another way of dealing with anxiety. Let's talk about the likelihood of an earthquake this weekend here. I mean, it's not going to happen, right? Does it happen? It doesn't happen. Okay. And Jesus makes a statement. Does worrying really even help? I mean, if you have a if there's some legitimate concern about this, about your life, and do I have enough money to pay the rent? Does worrying even really help? We need right now to think. We need to be calm and think. And so Jesus makes some of these arguments. And in the end, he says, the Gentiles seek after all these things. And God knows that you need this, right? And he's nonetheless, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Right? So Jesus said, do not be anxious, and he gives reasons why you don't have to be anxious. So trying to deal with the rational mind, Paul's probably trying to deal with someone who's more anxious in a general sense, but it's all really helpful. And in the end, this really interesting statement Jesus makes here, do not be anxious about tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Sufficient for the day is its own trouble. And this guy here, Dale Carnegie, maybe 100 years ago, wrote this book, very helpful, how to stop worrying and start living. And at the beginning of his book, on the first page that has any writing related to the book, he quotes this verse from Jesus. And he calls it living in day-tight compartments. Just one day at a time. That's a AA saying. One day at a time. Let's deal with today. Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow is not here yet, and there's nothing to do about tomorrow. But today, there's enough problems for today, and today is the day that God is with you. He's not with you tomorrow yet to deal with problems, and we can't possibly deal today. We're not resourced to deal with all of our future problems in one day. And God is not going to do that. He's not going to resource us for that, because he wants us to trust him for tomorrow. And today, he's here to help us with today. Right? And so Jesus describes that way of looking at things. And I think this has a lot of emotional intelligence features. Do not be anxious, so an awareness of the emotional state. And Jesus gives ways of regulating that by asking good questions is one way. You notice how he asks questions instead of, this is not always true, but here he's asking questions instead of making statements, so that we have to answer the question and keep our mind working on this. So he regulates by asking good questions and incorporating new ways of thinking. Okay? And so, this phrase, okay, so what is true? I think we see that both in Paul and Jesus, in the way they deal with, when they say do not be anxious, but which is just going off being swept off in a direction that has very little connection to truth. So what is true? And I think we can say, well, I don't know what tomorrow holds. That's true. I don't know what tomorrow holds, right? But I do know who holds tomorrow, right? That's just a very calming thought that God, remembering God is in control, right? And he loves me, and he's powerful, and he is in control. Right? Because a lot of anxiety is about not having control. And Corrie ten Boom said, worrying is carrying tomorrow's load with today's strength, carrying 2 days at once. It is moving into tomorrow ahead of time. Worrying does not empty tomorrow of its sorrow, it empties today of its strength. Right? Right? And so I would suggest that there are a lot of verses that are anxiety reducing, and that if anxiety is a particular problem for you, that you collect some of those verses, anxiety reducing verses. And some of the themes would be about God being in control, like, you know, I am God and there is no other. I am God and there is none like me. I say my purpose will stand and I will do all that I please because I am in control, right? I will do what I want in this, and you don't have to worry about it. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Okay, so worrying is about the future, and something bad will happen. Hope is about the future. So we can think about the future, but hope is about the future being good. Right? So it's a kind of an opposite of anxiety, hope. A man's steps are from the Lord. How then can man understand his way? You know, we are not gonna know the future, okay? But the Lord is with us in it, and getting comfortable with a little bit of uncertainty, or maybe a lot of uncertainty. Just getting comfortable with the kind of feelings that come from that idea. So there are a lot. And it'd be good to collect some, and even if you need to share that with others. So let me just remind you of what we're doing here. So we have these different levels of anxiety, and we need to right now, while we can think clearly, is cultivate some strategies and practice those strategies. You know, maybe identify some verses. It's too late. If I'm feeling panicked, it's too late to try to find Bible verses that address anxiety. So we do that now while we're in our right minds, and if we need to keep them close by, we'll do that. Maybe I need to memorize them, but I might not be able to remember them. So if it's a big problem, I'll keep some with me that I can read them. So cultivate strategies, whatever they are, practice them. And I should probably practice something for the body, like breathing, I think is a really good choice, or visualizing, calm the body, calm the mind also. So identify those strategies and get good at them, and then be aware of my emotional state. It's much easier to deal with anxiety when I start to feel vulnerable and apprehensive. And if I can remember, you know, and a lot of people, interestingly, will say, the panic attack, it came out of the blue. Like, I was just panicked. And I said, well, what happened right before? I don't know. I don't think there was anything. There was something. You just didn't panic. There was something. So trying to become aware of that and to recognize it when it begins to emerge. And then you pull out your Bible verses to address the mind early on, if you could do that, or start doing your breathing exercises or muscle relaxation, and just to interrupt it so it doesn't get full-blown. Okay, be aware of the emotions, catch them early, and then implement those strategies. So that's what this is all about with anger and anxiety, and we'll talk about depression next. Any questions about this?
I guess I have a question.
Yeah.
When I've been angry in the past, the emotion that I thought I was feeling before was fear. Or
Okay.
anxiety. But you were saying something about that fear and anger aren't at the same time. So was it
Yeah.
something else I was feeling than fear, or?
If I understand you correctly, that you're talking about you were feeling some fear, but you expressed
Right.
anger,
Right.
right? So anger being a secondary emotion,
Right.
which could chase away the fear.
And that's what you were saying, and so
Right.
that's what kind of confused
Okay.
How, is it something other than that being the root of the anger?
Something other than that, than being the root
Well,
of the
because you
anger.
had said
Yeah.
something, if I'm understanding
Okay,
correctly, that
yeah.
fear and anger.
Yeah, I don't think can really coexist.
Right, that's what you said.
Right, right,
And so
yeah.
what am I thinking is wrong about it being fear that made me get angry?
Oh, I wouldn't. Okay, good. I wouldn't put it that way. I wouldn't say the fear made me get angry. I would say I chose anger over the fear, because fear is weak and feels terrible. Anger is big and strong and feels good. And I can chase away the fear, and I may do that on the ladder, on purpose. And or I may do it automatically in another kind of circumstance, that getting angry with somebody who has embarrassed me, when really the issue is dealing with my embarrassment with that person, than getting angry, which is sort of a distraction from dealing with the problem. Now, does that answer that, or?
I'm just wondering if it was fear or anxiety, or if it was something else that led to, that was my first
Led to
impulse.
anger.
But when you said that they can't coexist together.
Well, I can push the fear out. Yeah, and could I push the anxiety out with fear, with anger? I probably could. You think about that. Yeah, I can probably do that. Not sure, but the thing is to deal what's underlying. What was really happened, the primary emotion and whatever has led up to that. My thoughts, or an engagement with somebody somehow, yeah. Okay, so let's wrap this up, and I'll just pray. Lord, anxiety is very common, and many of us in this room will experience it. Just ask, Lord, that we, of course, would prefer peace. We'd like to live our lives in peace, and knowing you don't ever experience anxiety. You don't worry about the future. And I know I shouldn't worry about the future either. So, Lord, help me to trust you, and knowing that you are in control, and not put too much emphasis on uncertainty, which always exists, but Lord, that I would really believe that you're powerful, and that you love me, and that I can trust you with things I don't know about, because you definitely have us on a path to victory, whatever that path may be. And at the end, we will all be with you. I know my name is written in the book of life, and so that I do not need to fear anything in my life. I don't need to fear people. I need to fear you. And Lord, just ask to help me keep that in mind all of the time, so that I can live a godly, emotional life. Amen. Yeah. Okay, so we'll return. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that is. Okay. Okay. I'm going to reverse these topics, okay? So we just have two more left. And I have tried to handle really like two topics at a time here, and because they're related to each other. And, you know, so anxiety and gratitude, and when it comes to joy, as we'll see, the reward system, which was God's idea, is where how we feel joy, and but the reward system can be abused, and that can lead to addiction. And the other topic is depression, and that could lead to thoughts of suicide. So I recognize, and I just talked to Ron about that, you just show up to a pretty good crowd, size-wise, and that these issues may be present, right? So I am aware, I mean, there's some addiction issues. I was struck by my drive here from Madison, how many billboards I saw that talked about fentanyl, okay? And I mean, we have the problem in New Jersey, but it's different. Rural areas, it's different than in more urban areas. And fentanyl is a bigger issue in rural areas. And that might, at the end of the day, literally at the end of the day, we've talked about addiction or suicide, right? And there's been a suicide this year. So I asked Ron, what should we do about that? Because I can hang around after my last talk, and if anybody wants to just sit and talk about that, then we could do that, okay? So instead of just talking about it and then like, okay, everybody have a good night. That just doesn't feel right to me. But if, so I've switched, and we'll talk now about joy and abuse of the reward system, but then we'll talk about depression and how suicide is how that, I mean, we have to talk about suicide if you talk about depression, I think, because most people who commit suicide or attempt suicide are depressed, like 80%. It's really depression is the issue. And then about 40% of people who are depressed attempt suicide. So it is really bound together. So I'll do that. If I made the wrong choice, we can always talk about something else, but I'll hang around for a while. And if we have a topic that we agree on, we want to talk about, we just get in a little circle and talk about it, okay? So I like joy. I like talking about joy. When I did this study many years ago, it took me about 6 months, and it was really the most joyful 6 months of my life, I think. Just going through the Bible and looking at every verse that talks about joy, or words related to joy. I recommend that, right? And if you want more joy in your life, well, you first have to know what you're talking about. What exactly is joy? And so we're going to do this again. Like, what are some other words for joy? Glad? Happy? Yeah. What's that one?
Euphoria.
Okay, yeah, euphoria, yeah. It's, satisfied? Yeah, this is good. They're all over the spectrum. It's good. Anything else?
Bliss?
Bliss. Yeah. Okay, let's see what I had. Okay, I feel at ease, comfortable, I'm pleased, I'm content, I'm glad, happy, cheerful, delighted, exhilarated, thrilled, elated, ecstatic, euphoric. Okay, that's my top word there, euphoric. So these would all be on this spectrum, I think. And there are more words that are on this happy spectrum. So let's talk. You have to know what it is. So what is joy? How do I get joy? If I want more joy, I need to know exactly what it is so I know what I'm pursuing. So joy, here's a definition, modern definition. A very glad feeling, happiness, great pleasure, delight. Okay, so some synonyms. So here, I think this helps us. A delight of the mind arising from the consideration of a present or assured possession of a future good. Okay? So joy, when I think about something, when I think about something good, so when I'm thinking, okay, so that's what's going on in my mind. I'm thinking about something good, then I will experience this really nice stuff in my body about that is we call joy. Okay. Interestingly, okay, our Hebrew language master from thousands of years ago, that the Hebrew root of the word, joy, means to leap or spin around with pleasure. Okay, so I guess there was a Hebrew word that suggested something like that, like we say like I'm feeling up, right? Let's see, the Greek word much jumping. Okay, so the Greek guy who needed a word for what he was feeling is he used the word jumping, and not just jumping but much jumping. So that's joy. That's the word for joy. We have a phrase like leap for joy, right? So these kids, there's this like they're skipping and running and jumping, and I remember I was on the beach with my kids once, and my daughter when she was little. So this must have been like 25 years ago, I guess. And I said, like, Allie, let's skip. And you're skipping, so I defy you to not be happy while skipping. You just skip around, and you can't help but you do that with your body, and you can't help but have a smile on your face included, right? And to feel something. Feel this, because that's and that's what language reflects, right? Okay. So the consideration of something good, that's what brings joy. Okay. Okay. So I guess if we're thinking about joy and what it feels like in your body, I think you'd think of like there's a lightness, right? You just like bounce, and you feel up, okay, as opposed to feeling down. Okay. There's a lightness, there's an energy, there's a radiance, and that inspires movement. I don't think you could sit in your seat and fully experience the joy because it makes you want to move. But what's going on in your head? So we said, I'm thinking about something good. Okay. So what are some other things that might be going on, or what might that be like in terms of thoughts? Yeah. Yeah, so recognizing what's good, okay? Okay, so anticipation, and anticipating something. That usually means that I'm have this expectation of something good, right? And that makes us feel these kinds of things. Like, tomorrow is Christmas, right? So tomorrow is not Christmas, but that feels good to say it. Tomorrow is Christmas.
Euphoria.
What's that?
Euphoria.
Okay, so the euphoric? Yeah. Okay.
Hope?
Hope? Hopeful thoughts?
Yeah.
The future is good, right? Okay, so we keep coming around good. Yeah.
Knowing that my sins are forgiven, and that Jesus is my Savior, and He's risen from the dead. Knowing those things in my mind.
Yeah, those are good things. Yeah. Right, good things. I'm thinking about good things. Yeah. Okay, so it seems to revolve around that, and that was part of the definition I picked up somewhere. Okay, so maybe racing thoughts, but they're pleasant racing thoughts, hopeful, and anticipation would fit in with this, an expectancy, a positivity, an optimism. Okay, maybe it's peace with excitement. I know sometimes Christians equate joy and peace. Like they'll say, well, I don't have a lot of, I don't experience a lot of energetic feelings, but my joy is peace, right? So I don't think that's true. These are two different things. They're both positive, and when we look at the Bible here in this session, like, how do I get more joy? That's the same place you get more peace, but it's a different emotion. So I think you can't deny that joy has energy to it, and where peace would be sort of a calm version of it, but they both have to do with thinking about something good.
Can you expound at all on like a Christian perspective of joy, which is not dependent on circumstances? Like we can have joy through suffering, and how that would fit into.
The word happiness. Often when we're talking about this, you'd say, well, happiness depends on what's happening, maybe, right? And that might be fair. You see the word joy in the Bible, whether the New Testament or the Old Testament, much more than the English word happiness. But sometimes you see that word, and there are different words for this thing we're talking about, Hebrew words, and so maybe so, right? So so that's one of the things. Let's try to figure that out, right? Then you will look and be radiant. Your heart will throb and swell with joy. I think that's just an excellent verse describing joy. That you're radiant, and the heart is racing, or you just have this heart throbbing. So I'm not sure exactly what that means. Like a strong beat, I'm not sure. But it's this idea that this is what's happening in my body, and it just feels good and big like that. Okay. So how to get more joy? Well, let's look at secular research. Experiences provide more joy than things. Okay, so you can give someone a budget of $1,000 and say, spend this to give yourself the most happiness. And generally, people think, and it plays itself out, that if I spend that on some things versus some experiences, that I get more joy out of experiences than things. Okay, and maybe the reason I'm going to take a trip to somewhere, go on a trip with my $1,000, or I'm going to buy the biggest TV I can get for $1,000. So they both will bring joy, but maybe the reason why the experiences are a better dollar for dollar joy is that there are memories. You can tell the story of your experience over and over again, and you know, those kinds of things. And this, instead of like, oh, I bought a TV, you know, that would be a different kind of story. But you can see that, you know, generally this is what the research shows. Giving to others creates more joy than receiving for yourself. Okay, so you might hear around Christmas time. I remember this a few years ago. British researchers show that you know, British neuroscientists show that you know, giving presents brings more happiness than receiving presents. Okay? You know, like, okay, I think we knew that 2,000 years ago when Paul quotes Jesus saying that it is more blessed to give than to receive. That's how we were built. Okay? That it brings more happiness, and neuroscience has now demonstrated that. It brings more happiness to me to give something than to receive. Right? Okay, so some of the research findings. What else has the world figured out? Okay, so I didn't do this today, but the last time I Googled, you know, how to have more joy in your life, I got almost a billion in a half a second. I got a billion, you know, responses. Right. So this is, people are interested in this. How can I be happier? We have a seniors group at my church, and it's built around the topic of how to be happy. And most of the people who come are unbelievers, but we've discovered in our area, and this may be broadly true, that there are a lot of seniors who, you know, particularly single seniors who have either been widowed or divorced, are really concerned about this, about being happy, and it's hard to be happy, right? And so they keep themselves very busy, and if there's a free meal and an activity somewhere, they come, and then if they like it, then they tell all their friends, and suddenly you have got 30 people, right? So we have found that to be a good ministry, and sometimes we'll have a pharmacist come in and give flu shots and talk about side effects of drugs, and then but half the time I speak and I talk about some aspect of how to be happy, and they tolerate me talking about the Bible a little bit in that process, and it's been a really good ministry because when things become difficult in their lives, they might come to you, right? And so that's worked pretty well, but you have to be patient. So in particular, there's some populations in particular who are really concerned about how to be happier. And so we have all kinds of things. So Tony Robbins, a famous speaker, public speaker, so his website responds this way: let go of the past, practice gratitude, use the law of attraction. That's some crazy idea. Surround yourself with positive people. Change your physiology, okay, your body. Probably means exercise. Create positive daily rituals. Be fully present and find your purpose, and there's more, right? So I would say half of those are biblical ideas, okay? Forgive, be grateful, and so forth. Go to church, pray and read your Bible, and purpose. Jesus knew his purpose. Paul knew his purpose. That is really important in a happy life. So, okay, so Tony Robbins, Aristotle, 2,500 years ago, had these ideas that going from the bottom up, levels of happiness, that material objects can bring happiness, but here, ego gratification, that means, it's not meant to be something bad, but that kind of how I feel about myself and how others feel about me. Do they respect me and say kind things to me? That's better than stuff. Doing good for others is even better. If I'm going to spend my time, that's even better than trying to build my reputation or. And then the highest level of happiness is transcendence. It's just get above it all, right? The first two are about me. The third one is about others, and the top one is about God. So he figured that out. I think that this makes sense even according to the Bible. So how to be happy? Okay. So what does the Bible say? The joy of the godless lasts but a moment, right? The stuff, how people feel about me, those are going to be, even the things I do for others are going to be momentary, unless I'm storing up treasure in heaven. And the bottom line in Scripture, like how do I become more joyful, is going to be about being in God's presence. Okay, so that makes sense. If joy comes from the consideration of something good, and if God is the goodest thing in the universe, then thinking about God is going to bring the greatest potential for joy, right? Right? So we have that potential. I mean, we who believe that there is a God, and as Hebrews says, he's a rewarder of those who do good and obey him, and everything that we believe about God, just considering those things, thinking about God, has the potential for bringing the most joy. Okay? Rather than thinking about buying that new TV or serving at the food bank, those could definitely bring joy, but we have the potential for the greatest amount of joy. So surely you have granted him eternal blessings and made him glad with the joy of your presence, being in God's presence. You will fill me with joy in your presence, with eternal pleasures at your right hand. Right? So this is heaven, right? This is what heaven is going to be. And I think the rewards that we store up for heaven, the treasures, treasure in heaven is really about our ability to connect with God. And right now in our lives, we can increase our ability to delight in God. I mean, he is our gold and our silver, right? And he told Abram in Genesis 15 that, I am your great reward. Right? So this, thoughts of this have the potential for giving us great joy. So in a lot of ways of interacting with God, my lips will shout for joy when I sing praise. I will give them joy in my house of prayer. Okay? So singing to God and praying to God, restore to me the joy of your salvation. Our salvation and meditating, thinking about the goodness of our salvation, by definition, could bring more joy. And may the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace as you trust in him. So, joy, I think in this context saying like the God of hope. Hope is about, thinking about the future in a positive way. He's the God of thinking about the future in a positive way. And that's our hope. will fill you with joy as you trust in him. Joy and peace. So if you did the same study for peace, you'd find the same result. That we get peace by considering the God of peace. Okay. And this is remarkable that God gets joy from interacting with us. Okay, I get it, why, we get joy by interacting with him. I mean, he's good, and but somehow, he says, I will create Jerusalem to be a delight and its people a joy. I will rejoice over Jerusalem and take delight in my people. That's humbling. As for the saints in the land, they are the excellent ones in whom is all my delight. Okay, if you say so, God. But that's that he gets joy from considering us. Okay. Now, when Jesus talks about joy, blessed are you when people hate you, and when they exclude you, and revile you, and spurn your name as evil on account of the Son of Man. Rejoice in that day and leap for joy, for behold, your reward is great in heaven. Right? Okay. So what does he say about that? Like, how is it that the reviling and spurning and hating of us can be considered joy? How does that? Joy comes from thinking about something good. I do not immediately associate these things with something good. So how does that work? Yes. Yeah, the reward that comes from that, right? There is a reward. There's a reward in heaven for these things happening to us, right? And there's also a reward on earth because these experiences are character building too, right? That's what. Okay, can you read that?
Count it all joy, my brothers, when you meet trials of various kinds, for you know that the testing of your faith produces steadfastness, and let steadfastness have its full effect, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking in nothing.
Yes. So a lot of what we're talking about today is perspective, right? When we talked about burnout, is Paul's perspective on his ministry that keeps him from losing heart. And God gave me this job, and it's tough. It's a tough job, so I should expect it to be difficult. But the rewards that it will give me, this is nothing. This is light affliction compared to the rewards in heaven for doing that. So he is thinking positively about this, and he's not just making stuff up in order to make himself feel better. That is a more accurate way of looking at this kind of thing, is that when people hate me and revile me on account of the Son of Man, okay, not on my own account, that's a different problem, but that if I think of that as this is part of my sanctification. I am becoming more like Jesus. I am achieving the goal of my faith now as I endure that well. Okay? An opportunity. And then also reward, treasure in heaven. So rejoice in that day and leap for joy, for behold, your reward is great in heaven. So if I can associate this with reward, I'm going to feel good about it.
The one on earth is this one in James.
Okay.
Because the testing of your faith produces steadfastness in this life.
Yep.
And that steadfastness have its full effect, you may be perfect and complete. In other words, it's a learning experience to strengthen you in your walk and in your relationship with God.
Yeah, yeah, and that perfect and complete, that maturing towards the goal of my faith, which is to become like Jesus, right? So, okay, yep, there it is. Excellent anticipation. Yeah, that's good. The testing of your faith. And I highlight the word know, okay? Because I know that I'm thinking in a certain way about this, a more realistic way about this. And if I know this is true, that's how I will understand it and be joyful about those difficulties, right? So this is emotional intelligence too. Okay, so awareness, but I think this is an example of regulation. So how do I go from, like, more suffering? Like, when does this end? And feeling negatively about suffering, but instead thinking about the opportunity and what it's the reward that it's going to bring me, and so regulating my thoughts toward joy, right, or the results in joy. Right? So when in this Luke 6 on the right, that rejoice in that day and leap for joy, right? The leap for joy, I think this is the spot. The leap for joy is this, is a few Greek words that express that there will be and much jumping, joy with much jumping, right? So it has that agon, that word much, joy with much jumping. So it's just a lot of joy. Okay. So Brother Lawrence, maybe in the 16th century, writes this nice little book, The Practice of the Presence of God. And he says, we should feed and nourish our souls with high notions of God, which would yield us great joy in being devoted to him. So, feed and nourish our souls with high notions of God. Thinking about God in all his aspects and glories that, and just the consideration of something good and this best thing in the universe. So this is, sometimes you hear people say, choose joy. So joy is not really, or the potential for the greatest joy isn't really, what happens to you. It's how you think about what's true, and particularly with respect to the best thing in the universe, our God, and our salvation, and singing about it, and talking to one another about it. That we choose our thoughts, and naturally these feelings will come, and then it may lead us to take some good action, like sharing the gospel or coming to church, and Nehemiah, I think, sums all this up by saying, the joy of the Lord is our strength. And we can understand that now, right? That the joy and the energy associated with joy, the positivity, the optimism, the mental energy, and the energy that gives you in your body, Nehemiah, in the difficult times he had, it's the joy that gives me strength. Okay? That makes sense, right? You can endure quite a lot if you keep your focus on what God says to keep our focus on him and the reward of following him and so forth. So the joy of the Lord is our strength. So it is important for us to nurture joy in our lives and to try to regularly experience it. And we can do that by contemplating God, by considering what's good, what's best, considering God. That's what brings that really nice emotion. I think when somebody doesn't have a joyful Christian life, I mean, then what is the Christian life if it's not, when it's not joyful? It's I go to these meetings, I'm supposed to follow these rules, there's a bunch of things I can't do, I got people watching me, a lot of miserable things. And wouldn't you just give up on all of that? Like, why am I doing this? Right? So I think having a strong emotional Christian life is really important, and it's not something to be afraid of in our churches. People in different ways expressing joy. I mean, joy demands movement. I'm not big on movement. I really enjoy the praise songs, but I don't move around a lot, but a little bit maybe. But that's a problem of my head connected to my body. It just doesn't work. But experiencing joy, I think it's just a really important part of the Christian life, and it has to be nurtured. Right? So here's the thing about joy. And we're going to talk about addiction here, right? Maybe call it the dark side of joy. Is that there's parts of the brain which are illustrated here. So in the middle of the brain, so now we're back to the limbic system when we're talking about joy, where joy is experienced. And so there are a few parts of the brain that are really, key to feeling pleasure, and anything that gives pleasure can be addictive. Okay? So in the reward system in the middle of the brain there, so drugs of abuse target the brain's pleasure center. Okay, so so if you hear the example is with cocaine, and there's been a real resurgence in cocaine use in the last couple of years, which is one reason why Venezuela is being targeted. Ships coming out of Venezuela are being intercepted by not just the Coast Guard but the Navy, and in an attempt to stop some of that. More natural things like food, you eat a good meal, and in the brain are these receptors. So a neuron has a nucleus, and then an axon, and then these dendrites that come out, and another neuron over here will communicate. They'll communicate with each other, and there'll be some electricity that runs down here that signals, okay, spit out the chemicals, the neurotransmitters, and then they drift across this gap, the synapse, and they find their way into a receptor, and something happens. Okay? So there's all this communication through electricity and chemicals, and when we do something that's good for us in that reward system, then when the chemicals come out and they connect, then we feel good. Okay, we have the sense of well-being, and this could be serotonin or dopamine, and these are just endorphins, and these are just all the feel-good chemicals. Okay, oxytocin is another one that makes me feel connected to people. Okay, so all these good feel good. And so you eat, you do natural things, and you do, and you get a kind of a natural, whatever your capability is, feeling of well-being. Like, oh, that was really good. Oh, that first bite of a dark chocolate bar, whatever it is you like, that first bite of chocolate, oh, that really was good. I'm going to take a second bite, and it will taper off, and at some point you like, I don't want any more. But it gives you this, these positive feedback, okay? And dopamine would be the main chemical involved in all of this, okay? But what if you took what if there was a chemical that could stimulate the system like 5, 10, 20 times more than a natural act, okay? And something like cocaine can do that. Some of them, like cocaine, is a stimulant, so it makes your brain produce more. It's a chemical that causes your own brain to produce more of this stuff. Okay. Other drugs, when you get them into your brain, will themselves imitate the dopamine, right? And so there's more. And so when it's coming across, it's just it's filling all the receptors, and you're getting this huge sense of joy or peace or one of those well-being type feelings, and in much greater volume than God intended with the natural chemicals, okay, and natural activities, right? So it's just exaggerated, okay? So there are so when we're thinking about creating joy, we can do it cognitively, okay? So what we were just talking about, considering a good thing, either present or future. We can, as we just discussed, we can reframe our situations and to match God's understanding. So count it all joy when you have trials. Well, I don't think those are much fun, but how does God think about it? Okay, I get it. Okay, maybe that is joyful, right? So we can do things to create our own joy by thinking differently, or we could just take some drugs, okay? Like serotonin and dopamine, norepinephrine, which is like adrenaline, endorphins, oxytocin. I guess I said all those, okay? So it's all chemicals. It's all chemicals anyway, but I can manufacture my own chemical stimulation by thinking, just sitting here and thinking, or I can take some drugs, right? So naturally, we like these feelings, and I would say evil people figure out how do I concentrate this even more? How do I stimulate, like overstimulate that system? And I should say, again, that anything that is pleasurable can become addictive. So if I can increase the pleasure, give you something pleasurable at a high scale, maybe I can get you addicted and get you coming back. So here's the problem, and even my data isn't really very up to date, but you get the idea that the what the opioid crisis is about. So before COVID, that was the national health emergency, is the opioid crisis. And then COVID replaced that for a little while, but now again, it's getting a lot of attention. The national health crisis is the opioid crisis. So opioids are things like, there's fentanyl, but they're also things like pain pills. So pain pills were, the opioid type pain pills were developed 30, 40 years ago and heavily promoted because they really work. I mean, they really work to deal with pain. And if I could shut off the pain, what's happening with the pain, then I'm happier. I have a better sense of well-being. or even if I don't have pain, then I can get some pleasure from that. And so pain pills, and often what happens, one path, some of the paths to addiction with opioids would be, say you have shoulder surgery or knee surgery, one of those painful surgeries, and the painkillers really work. It's just that I keep using them longer than I really need them. And then, so I keep getting my pain pills from my doctor, and then I'm using them longer than I really need them. But you know what? Over time, like the chocolate, is one chocolate bar, eventually it doesn't, I'm done with it. So we develop a tolerance, and in order to have the same effect, I need 2 chocolate bars. Okay, I don't know, but or I need 2 pain pills to have the same pain relief, or to have the same boost in pleasure. Then I need 3 pain pills, and now my prescription from this one doctor is running out. I need to find a couple more doctors that don't know about each other and getting pain pills, or that's not working because, especially today, doctors do not prescribe opioids very much at all. So I need to find some illegal source of the pain pills, but they cost $10 a pill. Now it's getting to be a $100 a day habit. That's getting too expensive. So heroin is stronger and cheaper. So okay, I'll find some way of getting heroin, and I will snort heroin. I was taking pain pills. Well, actually, before I left pain pills, I started breaking them open and snorting them, because the nose, the blood vessels are very close to the surface, and the nose is very close to the brain. So by snorting them, you lose half of the benefit by going through your digestive system. So I'm going to skip the digestive system, and I'm going to go right into the blood system by snorting it. But it kind of hurts, but I really need to do that, and it's close to my brain. But now that's not giving me what I want, and instead, so now what I do is I break them up, and then I cook them a little bit, and I put them with some liquid into a needle, and I inject it directly into my bloodstream, right? So I don't have to worry about some getting lost in my nose. And so what kind of thinking happens that would lead a person to buy a little packet with with some kind of like death symbol on it from a guy I either don't know or don't really want to know, and now I need 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 of these a day, right? So it's a process of, because I need more and more to have the same benefit, which is called tolerance, that I go down these paths. And addicts will often say, all the nevers I ever said I had are gone. Like, I'd never do that. I'd never do that. I've done them all, right? I'd never steal from my parents. I'd never prostitute myself. I would never, I'd never inject, okay, are gone. So what's happened with the opioid crisis is that fentanyl, which is a chemical that's been around since the 60s and was used or tested in combat situations, combat surgery situations, and was rejected because it was too addictive. You can't use it because people are getting addicted. Comes back, and it is used in surgery now. You get a colonoscopy, you might get a little bit of fentanyl, but very controlled. But it's come back. It's easy to manufacture. It's much stronger than heroin. So I moved from heroin, and I'm not really taking fentanyl because I want to, but it's being included in the little packet of heroin. because it's more, you get high faster and you get addicted faster, and then you'll come back. So, or break open a pain pill, fill it with fentanyl, and you put it back together, and a person thinks they're taking a pain pill. So this is why this blue line, the fentanyl deaths starting about 10 years ago, when fentanyl got introduced to this story, that's when the deaths skyrocketed. And so you see here, it's 60,000. Last year it was 100,000. That's twice as many people had died in the Vietnam War. Okay? That's 3 times as many people who die from car accidents each year. Okay? So that's why it's the crisis, because of the very high death rate because of fentanyl, and now there's stuff beyond fentanyl. Right? So that's the world we're in, and but there are lots of substances of abuse. You know, alcohol kills 250,000 people a year, or contributes to their death. Not just 100,000, but it's legal, it's socially accepted, but it's worse on some measures. Or amphetamines, speed, and cocaine, and all kinds of drugs of abuse. But there are also activities of abuse. Anything that gives pleasure can be addictive. Right? Pornography, gambling, anything that gives pleasure. Some people who get a lot of joy from exercising become addicted to it. They need to do it more and more. Working, television, social media, video games. And I mean, there's a website called Addictive Games, right? They know what they're doing. The casinos know what they're doing. The slot machines imitate the most addictive reward pattern in humans. And they know what patterns are addictive, and they program the machines to go on that pattern. The infrequent payout. I lose, I lose, I lose, I win. I lose, I win. I lose, I lose, I lose, I lose, I win. Right? That's the most addictive pattern. That's what slot machines do. So it's awful. Lottery tickets. I think it's awful that the states are involved in gambling. That you watch every football game, there's a way of gambling. Right? I think it's an awful situation. Love can be addictive. Anything that gives pleasure.
Can I say one thing? I think
Yeah.
it's important to note also smartphones on there, because there is dopamine response involved with that, and it's more of a trickle than like eating something and then it's done. So I think
Yeah,
that
so
smartphones are really important.
Okay, right. Okay, that's fair, right? Yeah, that the rewards that we get, can also just come through something as easily available as your phone. Right? So anyway, I wanted to just talk about that, because it's the same reward system where we get joy from worshiping God. It's the same system; it works, but it could be abused. And I don't think. I know somebody who said, like, I'm addicted to God. And I'm thinking, I wouldn't put it that way. I just would not put it that way, because that's not, addiction has some features, and, or the word dependence is a word that we become dependent. Okay, we should become dependent on God, but not in that sense. And that there's the tolerance, which leads people to use more to get the same reward. And then there's withdrawal, that if I stop, then there's a tremendous amount of pain, right? And the fear of withdrawal is the main reason why people have difficulty quitting smoking. Okay, nicotine is a drug also, right? So a little something that the Bible says about this is, and I think there are a number of places, but just a couple of, and do not get drunk with wine, for that is debauchery, or that leads to debauchery, but be filled with the Spirit. So there is something about this process that competes with the Holy Spirit. and the end of all things is at hand. Therefore, be self-controlled and sober-minded for the sake of your prayers. Right? That a lack of sobriety, whatever that is, competes with our connection with God, and that's why this is a very serious thing, that intoxication and the spirit of disables our connection with God in some way. Now maybe someday we'll understand that better, but our spirit and God's spirit and our physical brain, when certain things become disabled, that we lose connection with God, and we don't want to lose connection with God, right?
Yeah, you said as you use the substance, your body becomes more tolerant to it, whatever it is. More tolerant to the higher levels of dopamine. And in that way, the normal healthy things that God's given us that normally do create that bit of joy no longer have the same effect that God intended to bring to us. It's actually robbing you of joy from other areas of life.
Yep. Okay. Good thoughts. So, okay, we'll finish there, and I have more slides on this, just because there's a lot to say about how to help the addict and how to help the family, where I would say there's a real need for helping the addict and helping the family also. And that would be a good ministry to get involved with addiction. And it's easy to learn more about addiction since it's such a big problem. It's among licenses, it's the easiest license to get, but also there are lots of certifications that the state issues that don't require graduate school or some training, but not really difficult training, and that people can actually work, get paid to work, and getting involved with helping with addiction. But there's a lot of learning opportunities because it's such a big problem. The government has provided a lot of learning opportunities, and this is an area that's extremely difficult. And I had a professor once who say, shake the family tree and an addict will fall out. That in every family there is a touch point with addiction, okay? And there's a need for a lot of help in that area. So, as you may be thinking about, what could I get involved with? That, when I did graduate school, I took like 20 courses on 20 different topics. And you leave there and you're like, well, okay, what? Nothing was deep. It was a mile wide and an inch deep. And what you have to do is pursue something more deeply. But anybody can do that just by focusing on a topic like mental health or like, let's say anxiety. How do I help with that? Just read some more books and get some more training. And addiction is a really big area that could use more help. Okay, so let me pray. Lord, the brain is just an incredible creation on your part, and help us to enjoy it, to enjoy you through exercising your presence, and in the many different ways of just being with you, and to experience the joy of your presence, to strengthen us for our lives as we minister and just relate to others. Help us to enjoy you. And Lord, if as we run into people and maybe have our own temptations, that we can be mindful of what the greatest joy is, and that is you, Lord. That we be very attracted to you and desire you, and help us to be helpful to others in this area, to learn how to be helpful and to be supportive of families and also the addict, to be empathetic to the addict, even though there's lots of bad things that happen along the way. So, Lord, just bless us as we start to finish this day and this seminar, and just ask that you bless the food for dinner tonight. Amen. bit about suicide, which is something that is linked to depression very closely. And then, okay, so that really be our last topic. And before we depart, I'd like to talk a little bit about, there will be some resources I give you. I won't necessarily look at them with you, it's just a couple of sheets that, but to describe that, and then just talk about possible next steps for you, okay? So we'll do that as we close, and then I will hang out. I got my own vehicle here, and I will hang out for a while. And if there's, I guess, particularly about if we want to talk about suicide, we can do that, or I can just talk, do that in a group, or I'll just be here and I can talk to individuals if you like. So other words for depression. Okay. So what are some other words? I'm depressed. What else? Sadness. Yep. Yep. We'll see that sadness is one of the two key elements of depression, but that's no surprise. Yeah.
Gloom or despair?
Gloom and despair. How about right? Gloomy. Yeah, you get that that's like gloomy. So I guess you think of like a fog, a darkness, gloomy. Okay, despair. Yeah. Hopeless. Okay. Yeah, hopelessness is a deadly feeling. Okay. Grumpy.
Bummed out, that's like a phrase from the past.
Bummed out.
Bummed out.
Okay.
Bummer.
Okay.
Numb?
And numb. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's see where those fit in here. Talk about being blue, feeling down, glum, melancholy, downhearted, sad, gloomy, dejected, depressed, defeated, empty, pleasureless, worthless, hopeless, despairing. Okay, so there are, when we're talking about things like depression or anxiety, unlike joy or anger, there isn't really a clinical definition of joy that I'm aware of, but there are clinical definitions in medical material about what is depression, and because you would have, and so that's what this is going to be about. What shows up. So it'll be a list of symptoms that relate to, it won't necessarily break them out in this way, but a list of symptoms. And so let's just start on the right-hand side, that to be depressed, to be diagnosed as depressed, there must be sad thoughts and moods most days over the last 2 weeks. Okay, so now maybe that's a little too specific, but that's how a doctor would diagnose this. And maybe you have seen this. You go for your routine doctor's visit, and they give you some paperwork, and one of the sheets might be, have you, how many days over the last 2 weeks have you had sad thoughts? Okay, and they're just diagnosing you, or they're giving you an opportunity to diagnose depression, right? So I know what I'm looking at. I'm like, no. This is not what I came here for. But I'm not, but I wouldn't be depressed anyway. But, or the second thing is a loss of interest or pleasure, right? Those are the two key elements of depression. Like we always think of sadness, but a loss of interest in things that you used to enjoy doing. I just don't enjoy them anymore. I'm not interested in them anymore. And that really reveals that the part of the brain, the reward center, where pleasure happens, is just not working. Right? I just don't, I don't have the capacity, or I have a diminished capacity to enjoy, like to have joy. And what that's like, I just don't enjoy anything anymore, right? So, I mean, that's a sad spot to be in, right? Yeah.
Does that cover just losing interest in the things you did enjoy, but maybe you transferred to something else that you're interested in? Would that be counteracting? I mean, like, I used to really enjoy watching baseball. Not so much anymore, but I enjoy a lot of other stuff.
Right. No, that wouldn't be part of depression, and because we're really talking about, like, that part of the brain is depressed. It's less activity. Anxiety is too much activity. Depression is too little activity, and so the capacity to enjoy things is diminished or completely gone. Right. So it wouldn't be a shift, because a shift would indicate the ability to enjoy, right? But the real clinical depression is a loss of the ability to have pleasure. Okay, a depressed reward system. So in the body, fatigue, heaviness, you might a change in appetite or weight, and it could be either direction, but usually it's weight loss, loss of appetite. I don't really enjoy food, and there's a loss of appetite. Sleeplessness, but it also could be too much. More typically, it's sleeping more, sleeping too much, and agitation, restlessness. So these are the somatic symptoms associated with depression, and pain. So pain that does not respond to medication, right? So this is a certain kind of pain. And mentally, so you talk to a depressed person, and they're expressing I mean, these are characteristic, is a hopelessness, and you really need, you need hope. You need to, even if things are bad right now, you need to have a sense that things will get better. But there is not that sense, that things just aren't going to get better. And it may be it's someone who's depressed, and they've been depressed before, and they have gotten better, and maybe they've cycled through this before, as a bipolar person might. And bipolar refers to the two poles of mania, like lots of energy, and depression. And maybe people may cycle through that, and they would say, no, this time is different, it's never going to get better. Even though there's a lot of evidence that it has gotten better. So the thinking, you can see where hopelessness, a sense of worthlessness, or guilt that isn't based in anything they did. Anxiety could be part of that, and that's how they look at themselves and the world, and they might say, you know, I'm just a burden to others. So that, I mean, if you're thinking like that, I mean, that's very heavy, and somebody might be thinking about suicide. Okay, I mean, it also will affect. This is happening in the limbic system, so it affects memory, and also concentration and decision making. Become very indecisive. So the brain is depressed. The activity is depressed. We call it depression. Right?
How closely are anxiety and depression linked? If you have one, are you more likely to have the other?
You know, it's happening in the same part of the brain, so and most antidepressants also work for anxiety. So if you're taking Zoloft, it works on both. So this is all about serotonin, and those drugs just regulate serotonin, so they can work on both. So physically they are related to each other, and sometimes I don't think an anxious person would in the same way get depressed, except for the fact that my life stinks, or having that kind of thought. But it's more, the regulation of this system. Okay. So this is a very, obviously, this is a very bad place to be. But people could be mildly depressed, or moderately, or severely, and this sense of worthlessness and hopelessness would be more of a severe depression. Now, one distinction to make is the difference between a clinical depression, where there is something physically wrong here, and I'm depressed, and I'm consistently depressed no matter what the circumstances are, and a situational depression. So, I didn't do as well in my coursework this semester, and that's gotten me down. But it's focused on a particular situation. And so usually you would then be able to talk about that situation with someone, and maybe have a new way of looking at it, or you can try to change the circumstances. But that would be, that's a different animal. I mean, you may feel the same, but it's a circumstance that can be treated. And here, it's not. It's not a circumstance. It's a clinical depression. I'll add one other thing. One thing I've noticed, related to this sort of hopelessness, is people that I have dealt with that are severely depressed have this sense that God has forgotten them, that my prayers are not heard by God. He is not present, and it doesn't matter too much what you say about that. That they feel like God has forgotten them, and because they feel that way, it's true, right? So that's this emotional thinking. Sometimes, one particular guy, at some point, when I talked about, the promises of the Bible from the beginning to the end are that I will never leave you nor forsake you. Right? I will be with you until the end of the age. And that's something that God has promised in the Old Testament and the New Testament. And they know that and say, well, not me. Okay? But in this one case, the guy said, so I have to believe that, even though I don't think it's true, or I'm not experiencing that. So I have to believe that. And that helped him a little bit, that he could just by accepting what the Bible said, even though it didn't feel like it was true. And so I've noticed that with severe depression, and so that's not going to make it into the DSM, but I think as I talk to Christians, we might observe that. So when someone is hopeless and feeling worthless, these are very strong feelings, of course, right? Okay, so just some facts about depression. Really, women will suffer from this twice as often as men. The younger people and older people are more likely to suffer from depression. And some of that would be brain health, and some of it would be circumstances. So about 10% of the population in a given year will suffer from a clinical depression, and men less than women. and what causes it? So there is a strong hereditary element to this, and for most diseases, diabetes and high blood pressure, when you think, well, is it more nature or nurture? Is it more hereditary, or is it the environment? And oftentimes the conclusion is it's about 50-50. So, if you think of alcoholism, and this is, one tool for engaging with people is to do kind of a family tree, and you can see what's been going on in the family over generations. And you often see that for an addict, there are other addicts in the family tree, or maybe on one side of the family, and you can just see this addiction cascade down the family tree. And then you ask, well, what about your kids? Of course, if someone never takes a drink, then it's never activated. The alcoholic drinking is never activated. So, but often stress in an environment can trigger the hereditary or genetic vulnerability, and that would be true of cancer and other kinds of diseases, but also mental health. And so there is a genetic, potential for a genetic predisposition. Okay? Ultimately, it's about chemical imbalance, which is a phrase has been used a lot, related to serotonin, but also that there are medical problems that can produce depression, like thyroid and heart disease and some cancers. So when someone's newly depressed, that's a good thing to go and see a doctor, right? Go get yourself checked out, because in the end, it might very well be your thyroid or something like that, and that can be fixed without antidepressants or counseling. It can go to the root of the problem. That's some things about depression. But I said serotonin sort of fundamentally, but the thinking inaccurately. Okay? So we saw those mental symptoms. I'm worthless. I'm a burden to everybody. Okay, there's hopelessness. There's no hope for the future. That is wrong thinking, especially for a Christian. Those are wrong thoughts. And those, if I thought that, I'd be depressed too. Right? There's no hope for the future. So thinking inaccurately, and sometimes called cognitive distortions or other inaccurate language. So let's look at some of those. But first, let me share with you these picture that. So I described this a little bit. So just as a medical problem, I think there's a pretty good understanding of at least some versions of depression where this neuron, okay, so the nucleus and this, I described this axon, and it comes down to the, here at the bottom of it, and there are electrical signals and there's chemicals, these neurotransmitters being released out to the next neuron, and the idea is that they get taken up, right? They get taken up, and that excites the next neuron, and then this is a healthy brain. But and this is really talking about how do antidepressants work. So, some of the SSRIs, the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. So if this isn't working and the neurotransmitters are going across and they're not really connecting for some reason to the next neuron so that I have the sense of well-being, and this is going from neuron to neuron, and I have the sense of well-being. But if it's not happening, then the neurons are going to just the serotonin is just going to be taken up, or there's this reuptake, back into the neuron to be used again later. Okay? And but they're not connecting, and they need to float across and connect, but they're just floating out there. They're not connecting, and then there'll be this reuptake. They'll just be reabsorbed into the original neuron. So there are drugs that can prevent them from being reabsorbed. Just inhibit reuptake. And so you add another chemical to influence this process, and they stay out there until they get connected to the next neuron. Right? So that's how drugs like this work, is to influence what's happening in the brain by stopping something or stimulating something else, so that the serotonin is flowing like it ought to. And if it works, it doesn't always work, but if it works, then somebody does feel better, and the sense of worthlessness diminishes, and their sense of hope increases, and their sadness decreases, right? Because these are thoughts that are chemical and electrical, products. Okay, or we can talk about it. But as I described earlier, we may not be able to talk about it. They're too depressed. So I think usually some combination of some medical treatment to help, physically what's happening in the brain, to give people a little boost, or if it's anxiety, to reduce the activity in that part of the brain, and so it's more stabilized, so that I can think more clearly, and I can talk about it. But in the end, it's all about thinking, whether, however you look at it, it's about thinking, improving someone's thinking, and being more accurate in your thinking.
I read that serotonin is actually made in the gut, and that gut health and what you eat, that's also affecting that.
Serotonin in the gut?
Is made in the gut, or is it made in the brain?
So I'm not sure, but I can say that some of the same receptors that relate to serotonin, so the receptors, the same receptors are in the brain and in the gut, right? Before there were drugs developed for irritable bowel syndrome, IBS, antidepressants were used to treat IBS, okay, which can involve diarrhea or constipation or a combination of those two. But because the receptors are the same, that the antidepressant could also, that chemical will just go throughout your body, and some of it gets to your brain and is supposed to help there, but some of it will connect in the gut. Okay? So your brain and your gut have similar receptors, right? So and we will say things that suggest we are thinking in our gut, like, I have this gut feeling that I should do this, right? So now somebody earlier said to me, our heart thinks, and who knows what will be discovered about all of this, but somehow or another, we have a sense that something's happening in my gut that is similar to what's happening in my brain, and lo and behold, well, this is one of the things. Maybe there's more, right? So I always find that interesting, our language. So I know somebody who is very conservative, Christian with respect to medication, and had IBS, and the doctor proposed a antidepressant, which sometimes can help with IBS. Down here, she refused to take it because it was an antidepressant. Okay, so that really makes no sense at all. But it was an antidepressant, and she would never take an antidepressant for depression, but she also would not take it for IBS. So I think that's sort of an arbitrary way that sometimes Christians think that, you know, what I need is the Lord, and we certainly all need the Lord, but this is a medical problem, right? And the gut problem may look something like this too, but this is a medical problem, and the brain is part of the body and sometimes gets sick. And if there's a medication that can help, why not take it, right? Why not take that kind of help? So that you, especially if it's creating, if this misfiring, this misconnecting is creating thoughts of worthlessness and hopelessness, which can be deadly, you know, why not get the medical help, and then talk about why you feel worthless, right? Because the Bible sometimes talks about worthless people, but when the Bible is talking about worthless people, he's talking about people who are against God, some worthless fellows that testified in court against so and so, right? That's another good topic about where do we get our worth. We get it from the only one who is worth anything, right? The Lord Jesus. Right?
Yeah, are you aware of any studies that have been done with the Amish? Because the Amish, they abstain from medication. And like, is the suicide rate higher or lower? You know, do they have as much depression and mental anxiety as the general population there?
Right. I don't know. Does anybody know anything about that? I don't know.
You know the Amish do take medication, and they do have depression.
Okay.
They do take medications, or?
Okay, I'm not aware of that. I always thought
Yeah.
that they abstained from.
Yeah.
It might depend
It depends.
on
Okay.
district, but
Yeah.
at least in our district, they will take medication.
Okay.
And there is, well, that's quantified.
Okay, so we're talking about thinking and how thinking works, and how you can affect thinking, and talking is a very valuable thing to do. Talk to somebody that you can trust, or be a person, be a safe person to talk to. You know, keep people's confidence, and mostly listen. So by asking questions and helping someone talk. So you go back 100 years, and Freud's first patient said to him, you do talk therapy, okay? So in the day when hysterical women were getting surgery to remove their uterus, that Freud let people talk. And he just was quiet and maybe fell asleep sometimes, but that people would talk, and people got better. And so she said, "You do talk therapy," and that term has stuck ever since. Right? So talking can be helpful. So be somebody that people will talk to, and be willing to talk yourself. And this can help get somebody out of the muck enough so that they can talk. So fundamentally, the problem with depression is how I think about things, and maybe we could say that about anxiety as well. That when we're depressed, we tend to think this way. Or maybe it's when we think this way, we tend to get depressed, or it's probably a combination of things. So there are, one way of looking at this is a kind of a list of cognitive distortions in thinking that can create or are involved with depression. And so this is something to look for as we talk to people when they use extreme language. And so here are some of them, like, you know, all or nothing thinking, like I never do anything right. Or using those words like always and never, or words that are related to that. I never do anything right. Okay? So that's a clue to me that, well, I mean, that can't be true. That's not true. I mean, you have done some things right. Maybe you've done some things that are not right, but it's not. It can't be true. It's not true that you've never done anything right. But if they're thinking like that, that would be a depressing thought. If I really believe that I never do anything right, or everything always goes badly for me, another extreme, like everything or nothing, or I never do anything right. So, or people use this labeling language, like I'm stupid. And we don't want to ever use words like that with people, because it shows contempt, and it's very damaging to relationships, to marriages. There's really only a few things when you have conflict that are really damaging to a marriage. You can be angry, you can argue, but don't be contemptuous. And, but when someone says something like that, I'm stupid. I'm no good. I'm no help to anybody. So extreme things like that, then their thinking has kind of gone past reality into a dark place. We call that labeling. Mental filters and more extreme language. Like, nothing good ever happens to me. Well, wait a minute. You got that car from your aunt. That you were pretty happy about that. Okay. Well, that was the only thing. And so when people are being unreasonable like that, something has gone too far here. And they're in this mental filters. People are filtering out the good and putting an emphasis on the bad. So I sometimes will talk to people about negative thinking and positive thinking, and that a lot of kind of difficulties in that area are a result of our as human beings, and I think as a result of the fall, human beings' thinking naturally goes to the negative. Okay. I've met really 3 people in my life who are naturally positive. All the rest of you are naturally negative, and me included, right? Most people I have met, it's natural to think negatively. And research has been done on that, where you tell somebody something positive and you then give them some additional information that is negative, that reverses it. Or you go the other way, you give them the negative information first, and then you give them the positive information second. And it's much easier to switch from positive to negative than from negative to positive. Okay? So there is something about our brains, I'd be pretty sure that's something to do with the fall, that humans tend to be more negative, right, in our thinking. Except these 3 people, I don't know. So when I talk to people, and they're speaking very negatively about their lives, and I ask, okay, okay, what else is true? Okay, I like that question. What is true? But what else is true? And you're just really neglecting some of the good things that are happening in your life right now, and which, if all you really believe is these negative things, you could fall into hopelessness. And hopelessness is a deadly place to be, right? But you're neglecting some of these good things that are happening, which would bring the balance up enough, maybe, to keep you out of hopelessness, right? So paying attention to people's language, and because it's out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth is speaking, and it's all negative and no good, no positive things. Yeah.
You're not saying that people who say these things are depressed. You're just saying they can lead to depression?
These are the kinds of things that depressed people say. So I think this is an indication, because none of these things are true, right? So it's really the kind of language that depressed people use.
I'm just wondering if there's somebody that's talked like this all their life. Does that mean they've been depressed all their life?
Well, yeah, could people say these things and are not clinically depressed? I guess it would be true, right? I guess that's possible. Somebody could just be so negative, but not actually be depressed. I suppose that's possible. But these are the kinds of things. So it's not probably a one-for-one thing, but this kind of negative language is typical of depressed people, and it would give you something to talk about, to try to change this kind of thinking, this language, and a clue that somebody is maybe starting or is at risk maybe of depression, right?
I had a question along that line. Can someone live day in, day out, year after year, depressed? Chronically depressed always, even if they're not talking this way, but that's a definite indicator. Because I know two people that, to look at them, it seems like they're in this horrible chronic state of depression. Or are they just very serious introverts?
Well, I don't think introversion and depression have very much to do with each other. I don't think, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So then, can somebody be living in this constant state of depression?
I think so. Long periods of depression. I know somebody right now who they've just concluded is bipolar, and the upside lasts about 20 years and the downside lasts 5 or 6 years. And she has gone through her life like that. And changing medications and counselors, and just doesn't seem to be helping. And so, 5 or 6 years of depression, okay, really severe depression. People can be depressed for a very long time. Yeah, and this is, she points to circumstances which I know would just like, oh, well, I'll figure that out, right? But now they're disasters, and just very difficult to express any positivity because this part of the brain is depressed. It's not working, it's not functioning at a high enough level to have a sense of well-being. Yes.
I see all these statements up there, but can we be driven into those? Can people be hearing those from other people and over your lifetime, and then that would make you depressed?
Sure, that could be. That could be.
You're stupid, you're stupid, you're stupid.
Yep.
You'll never amount to anything good.
Yep. Yes, I think so. Okay. Right. But in that case, I think there's an opportunity to counter that, right? But that's a bad place to be, So some other things, I personalize. My son has failed. I'm a bad mother. That's That's not logical, right? That's not logical. Should statements. Now, I mean, as people who have moral standards, and I should not do this, and the Bible says a lot of "do not do this," but listening to that word, does that word show up a lot? Should, because it should has this weight, this moral weight to it that could be expressed differently. And someone might be affected by that, but a depressed person would be affected by that. So that's part of it. So I want to look at Psalm 13, David, and just 6 verses, and there are a lot of other examples of David where I think we're talking about depression. How long, O Lord, will you forget me forever? How long will you hide your face from me? How long must I take counsel in my soul and have sorrow in my heart all the day? How long shall my enemy be exalted over me? Consider and answer me, O Lord my God. Light up my eyes, lest I sleep the sleep of death. Lest my enemies say, I have prevailed over him. Lest my foes rejoice because I am shaken. Okay, so what are, if we're hearing this from David, and it seems certain that David wrote this, as we'll see, probably after he came out of this, at least somewhat, because he's telling the story. What elements of depression might you might see here? What's that?
He's hopeless.
Hopelessness? Like where do you see that?
Well, forever.
Yeah. Forget me forever. Like that's an extreme word. Okay.
Sorrow in his heart all the day.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam.
Sorrow in his heart all the day.
Oh yeah, like sorrow, sadness is one of the. If you don't have sadness and you don't have loss of pleasure, there's something else going on. It's not depression. Okay, yeah, sorrow. Okay, so he's feeling forsaken by God, which I've told you I have noticed in severely depressed Christians at times. It'll never end. There's a hopelessness to this. He's just emphasizing the negatives. He's talking about death, but we know David. This is not true. This is not true. That God has not forgotten you, and God is not hiding His face from you. This is not. You want to shake him? It's like this is not true, but this is what he's experiencing. So the thoughts are untrue. Because he feels like God has forgotten him, he believes it's true, right? And here we're going in the wrong direction here. I feel forsaken by God, so he must have forsaken me. That's what he is, thinking. But in Hebrews and many other places, I will never leave thee nor forsake thee. Right? So we know that's not true, but the feeling that we have is just overwhelming and affects our beliefs. Right? Okay. So David goes on, but. Okay. So you see a turning point in the psalm, in this word but, or but God, or but I. But I have trusted in your steadfast love. My heart shall rejoice in your salvation. I will sing to the Lord because he has dealt bountifully with me. So it seems to me that David is remembering, he's remembering, he remembers back, but I remember your love, your steadfast love. I've trusted in that before. Maybe I can trust in that again. So I don't think he's out of it here. he's saying, well, I shall rejoice, I will sing. I'm not singing now, I'm not joyful yet, but I will. And so David remembers what things were like, okay? And it hasn't always been that way, and convincing himself that things will improve. So I had a client who had this chronic depression. Every couple of years she'd go into a pretty bad depression for a couple of years, and then she'd come out of it. And she said about this psalm that David was coaching himself through his depression. I thought that was great. That's what she saw here, and that's something she would always just, she had the mental capacity to work on this and try to coach her through it. And so we might say, I think, that if we, let's say we're looking at the brain, what's happening here? Okay. So maybe this had to do with some circumstances about enemies and defeat, or maybe David could only think of the negative things that were happening. But he mentions this, so, okay, enemies and defeat, and he has this deep sorrow, and that's what he's feeling in the middle of his brain, and his emotional thinking produces this idea, yeah, I guess God has just walked away from me. It doesn't even remember me. He'll never be back, because but David is coaching himself. And so, so what is really true here? And he concludes that I will rejoice. And he starts to feel some comfort. So it's starting to turn around, and he can hope that the future is better, is good, and that he can trust God for that. So I would suggest here, what did he do? He was able at some point to truth test. Is this really what God is like and what my life has been like? But he remembers, no, I've done this. I have rejoiced, and he has hope. Okay, and I think that act of remembering, that's a good tool, right? Just remember what was true at one time, and maybe that could be true again. Right? So I think that's a good tool. So, but this, what the problem is, the belief in things that are not true. So, what is true when it comes to hopelessness? Therefore, preparing our minds for action and being sober-minded, set your hope fully on the grace that will be brought to you at the revelation of Jesus Christ. The grace will be there, okay, when Christ is revealed, and that's the truth. Now, whether somebody accepts that, because their mind is just so heavy and dark that that's the scripture, but I don't think it applies to me. That's just a very poor thinking, but that's what they're thinking. But we, of all people, have hope. The future is good for us, among all people. That's true of us. Or guilt. A sense of guilt can be part of depression, but you can't point to anything you did wrong. So this false guilt, very faulty thinking. And you who were dead in your trespasses and uncircumcision of your flesh, God made alive together with him, having forgiven us all our trespasses by canceling the record of debt that stood against us with its legal demands. This he set aside, nailing it to the cross. Right? We are just not guilty anymore. It's a great expression of how it's done, right? It's finished, paid in full. But the problem is with a depressed person often is there's this sense of guilt, but there's nothing to point to that where you're guilty, that you could say, oh, okay, I need to ask forgiveness for this, right? And then it's done. but there's this vague sense. And I think that's part of depression and other poor thinking, this vagueness. So I saw this sign on a firehouse on my way up to the mission once, and it said, what happens in vagueness stays in vagueness, right? Right? So obviously, like Vegas, right? But that's true, right? And I think that's what Satan likes, is that we have this vague notion that I'm not worth anything, or that I'm just guilty, I'm a bad guy, that kind of language, labeling, I'm a bad guy. Tell me how you're a bad guy. Nothing is ever good. Tell me tell me more about that. But it's in this vagueness. And what we can do is help clear that fog. Because when it becomes more clear, you discover, wait a minute, that's not true. Like, good things have happened to me. There's some nice parts of my life. I mean, there's some parts I'm not happy with right now. Right? And so clearing up that vagueness, but I think Satan likes it when things are in a cloud of vagueness and worthlessness. And I think this is a tightrope, because the fact is that we really do not have anything in us that they say is worthy. And that's part of what we recognize is that I'm not worthy, but that doesn't mean I'm worthless. And because I think the tightrope here is that there's only one who is worthy. There's only one. And when we get disconnected from him, then, well, those people in the Bible that are called worthless. I mean, sometimes Christians will say, well, there's nobody that's worthless because we're all made in God's image. Well, there were these 7 people in the Bible who were made in God's image and are called worthless. So I guess some people are called worthless, but the reason is not because they're not. I don't know. The reason is because they are acting against God. So our worth comes from our connection with the only one who is worthy. That's where, if we could say, our worth, and we just have to be okay with that, because that's the way it is, right? And that is a very healthy, I think, humble way of thinking about the reality of this. Yes.
I did hear something in a Bible study once. It was talking about David and how Jesse is referring to him as the youngest son, and that the Hebrew word for youngest is like hakima or something like that, but it also has a connotation of worthlessness. And so that's that whole thing of yeah, here are all my sons, yeah, there's one more. And that whole aspect, even though he was aligned with God and he knew that God was helping him with the slingshots while he was, shepherding, but that he acted that woundedness. It's almost like it was putting it in the context of people's woundedness. And that was so helpful to me, because it helped me just identify woundedness in myself and other people, and how that David acted that out later in his sin with Bathsheba, even though he was a man after God's own heart. That it kind of, I don't know, that was just really interesting to me.
Right. So the father wounded David by referring to him as worthless, right? Yeah, we should not do that. So we're not worthy, and our worth is connected to the only one who has any worth, and that should be enough. And I think we could feel like, well, that's more than enough. I'm just glad to be connected to him, right? These other things are just harmful, and are a part of if I really felt I was worthless, I may consider ending my life, right? So let's So let's talk about some of that right now that I think this kind of summarizes what we've already said. So let's talk about suicide, okay? Because as I said, most people who attempt suicide are depressed and they're not thinking clearly, right? They believe things that are not true, which is really Satan's, that's how he gets people. And for Christians, that's the only way he can get us, is try to kill us off through deceit. And so believing things that are not true. So let's just talk about suicide. If someone says something to me, shares a thought, or if somebody is talking about hurting themselves or ending their life, I always take that seriously, but it doesn't mean I'm going to call the police. Right? And so what I'm going to talk about here are the different questions I ask. So you should know that asking somebody or about suicide or their thoughts does not increase the chance that they're going to attempt it. Right? You're not going to be giving them an idea they already don't have. Right? It's better to talk about it than to not talk about it. Okay? So I'm interested in, well, what are your thoughts? Have you thought about hurting yourself? So somebody's very depressed, like, have you thought about hurting yourself? And they may say no. If they say, yes, I've thought about that, okay, then I'm going to pursue it to the next level. And the next question I ask is, have you thought about how you would do it? Okay? So if they just have thoughts and don't have a plan, I don't like this conversation, but I'm not worried about it. Right? But maybe they do have a plan, and they can describe, they can say, I'm going to go to the highest bridge that I can find and jump off it, right? Or I'm going to go to the Golden Gate Bridge and I'm going to jump off it. And so I'm in New Jersey and they're saying that I don't like this conversation, but I don't think it's going to happen. Their plan isn't realistic. They don't really have a way of fulfilling their plan. But if they do have a credible plan, I ask about the means. So I'm gonna shoot myself. So I would ask, well, do you have a way of doing that? Are there guns in your house, or do you have access to a gun? And they may say, no, I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to shoot a gun. So I don't like this conversation, but I'm not. I don't like how far it's gone, but I'm not urgently concerned about this. But if they do have the means, say, yep, we have guns in the home, or I have a gun, or I'm going to drive my car into the water or something, and it's a credible plan and they have the means of doing it, then I'm really unhappy with this conversation. And I'll consider the risk factors. Have they ever tried before? When someone does something once, it makes it easier to do it a second time. And if the second time, then it just seems, in this case, to be even easier to do it attempt a third time. Have they done it before? Has someone they know recently attempted? Okay. Is there a family history of suicide? All of those are risk factors. There was an example in my church of a guy who's at my church, and his across the street was his wife's mother's house, and there were two young people living there, a couple, not married, young people, and the boy, I don't know, 20-year-old or 25-year-old, hung himself in the garage across the street. And I didn't know the people, but there was a family member in the church, so we heard about it from him. And then 3 weeks later, the girlfriend hung herself in the garage, right? In those 3 weeks, though, a friend of hers who went to a big church in the area got her to go to church, and she got saved in those 3 weeks, right? But then she still hung herself, right? And I wish I had thought of asking this guy in church and said, is there anybody else, right, that might be at risk right now? And you think of the girlfriend, and you know, can we get her some help? In that family, the guy at church, his son had hung himself 6 years earlier in their house. Right? So here are 3 young people, all in the same family, so often there are patterns, okay, or you hear in a high school, you know, and then you be concerned with, okay, is there anybody else? So that is a good question to ask. Is there anybody else that might be at risk? And you just try to get some talking going on. Yeah.
What if it's a family member they've never met, like a generation earlier or something? Is that still something that they're predisposed to?
I think it might suggest somehow some kind of either a predisposition to thinking like that, or maybe just depression, or they know of an example, that someone was successful, and maybe I could do that too, or something like that, right? It's been done, so there's some familiarity, something like that. So I mentioned we should talk about it. So the question is, so what can I do, right? What can I do when I'm talking to someone like this? So I think there's something else. Okay, so what can I do? So I have had a lot of people say things, and so now I never let it go. If somebody has said something about hurting themselves, I never let that question go. So we're going to go through these questions, and a couple of times, unfortunately, I was on the phone with a person, and I really don't like that, where I'm having this conversation on the phone. I may not know where they are or have anybody I can talk to. It's harder to do that. If they're with me, then okay, I have some control of that situation. And the further you go over, the more I think something has to be done. But even having a plan, a credible plan, is a very serious place to be, and especially if there are risk factors. So I'm not going to, if somebody's just expressing thoughts, then I wouldn't do anything if they really don't have a plan. But if anything more than that, I'm going to do something. Okay? And so, options are to tell a family member, or to bring them to the hospital, or to call the police, and so those would be some of the things you can do. But most often, what I've done is, people, if they're talking about a plan, I want to make sure. I'm not in a position to be with that person 24 hours a day. But I want to hand that person off to somebody who will be with them over the next days, just to look out for them. So in these most extreme cases of somebody's on the phone, I'll say, well, who's at home with you? Where are you? Who's at home with you? I want to talk to them, or would you like to talk to them? So okay, so why don't you talk to your mother right now, and then have her call me back. And what I want to hear her say to me is what you just told me. Okay, so I'm going to be right here. And then usually that gets completed. Sometimes this one guy He's in another country, and this is happening, and he even almost made a full attempt that day, and he was texting me, telling me what he's going to do, but he was out of range, cell phone range. So at some point, I see all these texts come in, okay? But I knew he wasn't going to do it. But all this explanation, and then you know, the last text is something like, "Why didn't you try to stop me?" and I like, okay, I'm going to call him. And I call him, and I say, he's back at home, and and I tell him, you tell your wife, have her call me. And he was really angry with me. He said, you said you would never tell anybody anything about what what we talk about. And I said, the exception, legal exception to confidentiality, which you don't have to worry about, is if you're going to harm yourself or someone else, right? So he didn't remember any of that. And his wife called, and he, his current thinking in life is that I would never want to show up in front of Jesus having killed myself. Is I am too afraid of God. So that's a good fear of God, right? And I trust that in this circumstance. But what I've tried to do is let someone else know and hand that person off, and so that they know exactly what's going on, and I hand them off. Right? If I can't do that, and I haven't had the circumstance where I had to call the police, but anyway, that's I would take it seriously, and if they have a plan that's anywhere near realistic, we can't leave it there. We just make sure that person's safe, and probably over a couple of days, the thinking will change. But they may need to go to the hospital, but I'll let someone at home do that, and let them know what their options are. So, but there are some things I will talk to every single time. I will talk to the person about, because they are saying things like, I'm just a burden to my family. Nobody will miss me. They'll get over it. My kids will get over it. These things are not true. I'll say, they never get over it. Nobody ever gets over it. That's the truth. Okay, so I'll contradict. I'm not usually that forceful as a counselor, but I'm going to be forceful and contradict what they're saying, because they're wrong. They're deadly wrong about those things. Nobody would say you're a burden, but this is their thinking. This is what they believe, and those beliefs have to be countered. And then I will tell them a story. I will tell them this story, okay, which you can look at on the internet. So I first heard this story. It's been told a couple of times. I first heard it when 1,000 people had jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's a beautiful bridge. I've ridden a bike over it, and it's so beautiful that the city of San Francisco hasn't wanted to put nets out that would prevent you from making it off the bridge. People, if you have nets, and a lot of bridges have those, you just jump and you end up in the net, and you can't get out yourself, and the police come and get you, and they pull you out, and it's just an embarrassing situation. But now I understand they are doing that. 2,000 people have jumped off the bridge. Right? So the first time I heard this story, a journalist had done some research, and about, we can use this story here. Since 1937, approximately 1,800 people have ended their lives by jumping from the bridge. This guy Kevin Hines, is one of 35 who have survived the jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. It is really high. By the time you hit the water, it's like hitting cement, and your bones will break. And if the near freezing water doesn't kill you, you'll eventually sink and die. And the Coast Guard is going to come out and try to get you, but usually they don't make it. Right? So but 35 people. So that when I first read it, there were 30 people. And the journalist was able to find 29 of those people and ask the question, what was your thought when you jumped or when you let go? And the 29 people he found out of the 30 said, as soon as I let go, I changed my mind. Right? And all of those 29 people went on to come out of their depression and regret having done it and live relatively happy lives. So I tell this story to the person, okay, in as much detail as I have, and it takes minutes to tell this story. Just putting an emphasis on 100% probably that the 30th person wasn't available, but 100% of the people who did that and survived realized they didn't want to do it. So I assume the 1,800 also changed their mind, but it was too late. Right? So suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Right? So I say as many of these things as I can come up with, and that's a good tool, right? Because generally, I'm contradicting their false thoughts, and I'm telling this story. So you could watch this video, and this guy has done a lot of things, and having a story like this to tell in that moment can be very helpful, right? So you want to ask these questions, find out how serious it is. If there's a plan that has any credibility to it, then we need to follow through on this. I tell these stories, and I find somebody who will take possession of this person. Right? And I think that's what we can do to help in the moment. Okay. Any questions about that? Yeah.
We recently had someone in our close to our congregation commit suicide, and I had heard someone say, it was an adult to another adult, like how horribly selfish that is, and that's just the most selfish thing anyone can ever do. Is that kind of rhetoric helpful to people who are talking like that?
Yeah, probably not. I guess the way you asked the question, I don't know if people have an idea about that. Because I don't want to probably shame the person, right? I don't want to make them feel worse, that they're selfish. Yes, I'm selfish, right? I don't want to add to their bad thinking about themselves. It probably is one of the most selfish things you can do, but think of where they are. They're just so deep and they're not thinking clearly, and you're just trying to make them think more positively. So I don't think I would take a shaming approach. I don't think that ever works for anything. You can say, that was how alcoholics were treated 50 years ago. You're being selfish, and it just never really helped. Right? Yeah, something else? Someone else? Okay. So I added to our long day by 15 minutes. But so let's just talk for a minute about what you might want to consider. So I'll give you all these slides, and there's more material. I probably covered 2/3 of the material, and so you could, I think this is a reasonable approach. Is if there is an area that you are interested in, whether it's suicide or that would include depression. and maybe it's because you have had experience in that area yourself, or with yourself or a family member. So if you're interested in depression or addiction or anxiety, pick a topic, or maybe you see it prevails in your area. You know a lot of people who are suffering from that, and just start reading something. Read a few books, and just gain some knowledge. I give you some websites that have training, and that training would include just listening to podcasts or videos, or taking a course, or taking a bunch of courses that lead to a kind of a certification in an area. And so you're gaining lots of information. I would then try to find someone who knows more than you to talk to about that. So maybe there's a counselor. You could ask, would you kind of supervise me? Could we meet once a month and talk about this? And you'd have to pay the person. In my case, I went to graduate school, but how do I keep learning? I read a book, I take a class. I haven't really pursued certifications, but taking a bunch of classes in an area, and then I find a patient and I get a supervisor, right? Someone to help me. I have a certain amount of knowledge, and they will help guide me with this new patient. And now I can treat trauma. Okay, so it has to be a way of learning and advancing. But so today this weekend we put an emphasis about learning about common problems, but we started with skills. Like listening would be the most important skill. But there are other skills, like ways of asking questions, something called motivational interviewing. There are other skills that you can gain, and just practicing those skills. You can watch YouTube videos on subjects, and just gaining more information, and then cautiously just trying to help somebody. But it'd be even better if you had somebody to mentor you. And I know it can be hard in this area and other areas to find a Christian counselor. So if you're trying to help people with addiction, you don't have to have a Christian counselor help mentor you in that. You could get somebody who just knows a lot about addiction. Or you could take a college class. You could take big classes like that. You could decide to take graduate level courses, or you could decide to pursue a master's degree. And so there's all kinds of levels of education, but you may pick a problem that you're interested in for whatever reason. Okay, do you have questions about that? Like what? Well, in the churches, you could do what I do, okay, which is essentially, I have a certain amount of education. I can't treat everybody, and at some point, an individual person just gets beyond my ability, or I'm just not helping them anymore. So I can identify people have problems that maybe others won't see. I can treat up to a point, and then I have to refer. Okay, so I can do more in the beginning parts there than you can, but you can do some, and over time get better at it. So in your church, I would say one of the most valuable things you can do is develop a referral network. So get to know what's available at the hospital in terms of detox and mental health. Who are the counselors that deal with addiction and depression and anxiety? Who are the Christian counselors? Are there other counselors that are good counselors that you would feel comfortable sending someone to, especially in an urgent matter, or something like anxiety, which the Bible, you can always be the Bible perspective, and there's a clinical perspective that happens with two people instead of it all in one person. So get to know the resources in your area where addiction programs, long-term programs that are faith-based. Just get to know those resources. Get to know the person in town who does social services. And how do you apply for housing and for food stamps and help with your electric bill and all this stuff. Just learn what all the resources are. It's really interesting to do that. These are interesting people, probably mostly not Christians, but they're just trying to help people, and that's why they're in those jobs. And you can become a resource to people who need help. Right? So I have to have those connections because these things get beyond my ability, especially when it comes to social services, but I want to keep helping people, so I need connections. So that's what we can do. I think gain the basic skills, find something of interest that you want to study more about, and maybe based upon where the needs are in the community or in the church. And what if a few people each pursued something different? And if you can, get someone to mentor you in all of that, and then develop contacts for referrals. And you're doing about, all that adds up to about what I add up to, because I'm doing the same thing, but I have some strengths that you don't have yet. So that's what I would suggest. And the resources I send you will be a place you can go to learn more about a wide variety of topics. Okay?
May I ask what the impetus was for you going into counseling?
My path into counseling? So being an elder, maybe in my late 30s, within a few years, I just thought, I don't have the skills or the knowledge to help people as much as I'd like to. And then, so I was feeling that deficit. And then my wife and I went to marriage counseling. We helped put together a marriage conference, and then met a couple of Christians who did our conference and who do counseling in the area. And we decided, my wife wanted to keep going to these weekend marriage conferences, and I'm like, I don't want to go to these anymore. And it said, if you're serious, I said, if you're serious, let's go to counseling. Right? And so we went to them, and you fill out their intake form, and do you have any apprehensions about this? And I was like, I just don't want my life to get harder. Right? But I discovered it got easier. Like right away, there were benefits, and my life got easier. And after, for me, about a year of that, talking to the counselor, we agreed, like, why don't I try a course? So there was a seminary an hour away, and I just started taking a course. I took a marriage and family therapy course. And in the middle of that, I was watching a video of a famous counselor doing counseling, and I said, and of course there's some like good thing that happens, and I'm like, oh, I want to do that. I think I can do that. And then I just took one course at a time for 5 years, because you have to take 20 classes. And so I got my degree in 2009, started in 2003, and then I then licensing is another long period. You get, at least in New Jersey, but it's probably similar in Wisconsin, that additional 3,000 hours of counseling, or for me it was 4,500 hours of counseling under supervision, and that took me 5 more years, and but it was good. It was, I was happy. You know, I liked learning, and I liked doing the counseling. I liked the supervision, and then in 2014 I got licensed, and then I quit my job at age 56, so I could quit, and I just focused on the counseling. Right? So so that's how I got here.
One last question.
Sure. Follow-up question?
So if you have a theological view that only men should be elders and pastors within a church, would you see there being a problem with counselors, Christian counselors, being either husband-wife couple or females?
No, I don't think we should have any problem with that, right? Because you're not, right? I don't think. Yeah, no, I don't think in the assemblies we should have a problem with that, because that's not, you're not the pastor or the teacher, right? You're a helper. You maybe have a gift of shepherding, but you're not an elder, or you're not even a man, but or a gift of encouragement. That's I think my primary spiritual gift is encouragement. Secondarily, it's shepherding and a couple other things, but primarily it's encouraging. And I think that's the kind of counselor I am, is to provide encouragement towards something better than what's going on. So I don't think that should be the case. I mean, I know things, you know, sometimes we believe certain things, but I really don't think that should be the case in a church. Right? Yeah.
Yesterday you talked about burnout and just that being a risk of compassion and compassion fatigue, basically. So what do you do to avoid that and make sure that you are staying in a healthy place?
Okay. So I have a couple of pages of that in the presentation you'll get, but I'll tell you just like really briefly. So, remember how thankful thoughts are the opposite of anxious thoughts. So what I try to do to care for myself is, you know, like I have like 20 meetings a week with people that are counseling related. And first of all, schedule, you know, most of them are already scheduled, but there's a lot of tweaking to the schedule, and that just isn't me. Like that kind of organization just isn't me. And so and then certain kind of clients really burn me out. They're just not working. So I have to have many ways of thinking about things. Right? But the main thing I do is when, on the weekends, I go out in my garden for 3 or 4 hours, and you know, while my week is highly scheduled, I am sitting a lot, and it's you know, very well. So what I'll do is go out in my backyard and randomly walk around, and if I see something, I'll do it, and I will physically exhaust myself, which doesn't take as long as it used to take, and I will be sort of purposeless and randomly directed. Like it helps me unwind that whole week of highly scheduled and sitting you know, and purpose in everything that's happening. And I just, you know, sometimes I've thought, well, I should really pray, or I should listen to something. But then that ruins it. It's got to be mindless, and I think men are probably more like that than women. And there's funny videos about this on YouTube, but you know, what were you thinking about? Like, you know, nothing, and really nothing. I'm thinking about nothing. I'm only thinking about how to dig that hole or something, but mostly I'm thinking of nothing, and that kind of cleans me up. But you'll see more of my notes, but that's very important, and we might think of that as selfish, but it's not. It's self-care. I got to also take care of a lot of people, but I got to take care of myself too, right? So that I'm good to keep going. Right? Okay. Anything else? Okay. I'm happy to stay, and if there's a particular theme that we need to talk about, we can do that. I was thinking it could be suicide, or maybe it could be addiction. Ron and I talked, and like, which one should we do last? Or maybe that isn't what we should do right now, and that's because it's been a full day.
How are we going to get these resources?
So Ron believes that he has all of your email addresses. If you don't believe that, you can give it to him. I will pass them to him, and he'll forward them to you, right? And I'd be happy, as I say in my resource sheet, I think, that if you want to pursue more education and be a more educated and skilled helper in your church, I'd be happy to talk to you about that as time goes by. We can't talk every week, I don't think, but over time, just talk about that. I'd be happy to do that. What I'd like to see, and Steve Price and I have talked about this, is that in the 1,100 assemblies in North America, that there are resources available that we trust. Now maybe that's someone in each church or in churches, in the assemblies, or we can make a contact that you have a good Christian counselor nearby that could become a resource for a number of assemblies, and that people just become more educated and be more skilled helpers in the assemblies. So the
denomination Assemblies of God?
No,
Just church assemblies.
yeah, the assemblies, yeah.
Sorry, I was confused.
Yeah. So that would be good, right? If we could identify 200 or 300 people in North America who you would know would be a resource. Something interesting is happening in the counseling world, where right now it's not legal for a licensed counselor to do any counseling outside their own state. Okay, that seems like a stupid thing, but with the growth of telecounseling during COVID, there is something called the American Counseling Association Compact, where states are signing on saying you can, right now only 2 states are actually fully signed on, Minnesota and Arizona. So that means that a counselor can get approval, not a license, but approval to do counseling in that other state. So if Wisconsin signs on, and then there's some other states, then Christian counselors in other states could do telecounseling, which is, I think, 80 or 90% as good as being in person. It's better to be in person, but if in this area you can identify some counselors that you trust, and as part of your referral network, and I know even in my area, the Christian counselors are in high demand. I think just because there's fewer than them per capita than other counselors, but so at the mission we offer counseling for free or low cost, and there's just to help relieve that supply problem. But it would be very helpful to if you could find somebody who can mentor people or treat people, and you knew they would be available, you develop a relationship. Right. Okay, good. Thank you. Ron, you want to pray to finish this up?